All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the October 25th edition of the Washington State Commercial Energy Code TAG meeting. I am Chill Anderson, your MC and TAG chair. And hopefully today is the last day this year. We all get to see each other in this group right here. Thank you for coming back. Again, we have a lot to do today, so this is going to be brief. Our task is to find the most stringent language between the IECC 2024 and the existing 2021 Washington State Energy Code Commercial, and put that out for a public review for code change proposals. So today, since we're trying to get it all done by 2:00 p.m., we'll have shorter conversations. We'll attempt not to wordsmith. If we cover a more minor area for more than a few minutes, I'll ask that we have a motion and so we can move on. If we finish this today as a group, we do not need to find another day to meet. It's possible we'll need to go past 2:00 today. I hope we do not, though. So be concise with your comments, and I hope you've all reviewed this ahead of time and have preferences so that we can get through this quickly. I put together a rough schedule. You see on the screen some work group reports. Some of them will be brief. And then what I believe are the big areas to cover. Lighting, we talked about that briefly earlier. C411 solar, there's some options in there. And then I'm thinking after our lunch break, we should be on chapter 5 because there's C503 additions, economizers, and 505 change of occupancy that I think we'll need to spend some time on. So that's my introduction. Let's go and see who's here today.
Shell Anderson.
I am here.
Craig Holt. Margaret Montgomery.
I am here.
Marty Brennan. Kim Barker. Todd Blevins.
Present.
Wayne Johnlin.
Here.
Eric Bedell.
Here, just real quick, I will be transferring my votes to Nick Massey after 1:15 today. I do have a hard stop for me.
Thank you. Nick Massey.
I saw he was online. I don't know if he just is muted.
Yeah, I saw his name.
I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you.
I couldn't find the mute button.
Sean Vigg.
Here.
Kevin Roberts. Greg Johnson.
Present.
Nathan Miller.
Here.
Prim Kumar Siddharth.
Present.
Irina Rasputness. She said she was most likely not going to be able to make it. Kevin Duell. Ian Casey.
Here.
Poppy Storm. I see her online. Poppy.
Present. Can you
Thank
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Shailesh Desai.
Present.
Larry Andrews.
Here.
Eric Olnam.
Present.
Lisa Rosenau.
Present.
Rick Blumenthal.
Good morning.
Thank you. Irina Susarova.
Here.
Andy Burnham.
Present.
Sloan Ritchie.
Here.
Brett Conway. Luke Howard. And Liz Reichart. I got out of office. Oh, is Liz here?
Present. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Liz Reichart is here.
Okay. Marcus Verta. I got an email saying he was not going to be able to make it. And Kevin Schropp.
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre.
Present, and I'll only be able to make the first couple hours, but my alternative Deepa is here.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
Deepa,
Here.
thank you. So we do have a quorum.
All right, great. Thank you for being here. Let's get right to it. So review and approve. Okay, I see Irina Rasputinis. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm not sure if I missed roll call. I wasn't going to be able to make it, but I can make it, and so I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. We see a very tidy agenda on the screen. Anybody want to make a motion to approve it or change it?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, and a second. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We now have an agenda in front of us. The first thing we're going to do is do work group reports. We had a C4 1.3 formula work group, and my understanding of that is that there's no immediate suggestions other than let's go get code proposals. Is that the outcome of the group, Greg?
We're meeting on Monday, is when we have our first scheduled meeting, but we already know since it's not a red line IECC, it has to be a code change proposal,
Yep.
one or more.
Yeah, okay, so there's no suggestions for today, Craig, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, cool. Lisa.
Hi, I've got a just kind of quick question. So we've all been looking at the new integrated draft. We've been digging into the latest draft again. You know, if we find issues that are in previous parts of the code that we've already gone past, which of course I don't want to pull us back, will there be an opportunity, and I'm talking about like errata items, that kind of thing. Is that something that just tag members can just send to the State Building Code Council that might be able to get picked up for the final? Or
I'm gonna ask Krista, if there's errata, can you just pick that up as part of the integrated draft?
Sorry, I had a hard time finding my button. Yes, just go ahead and send them to me, and I'll see about getting them fixed or at least noted if it's not something that I can easily fix.
perfect, great, thanks, Krista.
Thanks, Lisa, good question. So you can send those directly to Krista. You should all have her email address, and we'll save some time today. Okay, so C4 1.3, no conclusions for today, TBD for code proposals, and a group is forming. The group is just short of a quorum, so nobody else can join the group if you're on the tag, as far as I know, but contact Greg if you want to be involved in that, and anybody is free to submit a code proposal, and the tag will not officially, as a tag, submit a code proposal, but interested parties are encouraged to gather and submit code proposals. Appendix A, Nathan, do you have you sent out some documents on that. Do you want to go through them briefly or talk about any conclusions you came to?
Yeah, the conclusions are similar to the previous group, which is that there's no universal one of these is more stringent than the other, so it probably is worthy of code proposal language. I will say that there's two files that you can download them if you want. I think Krista posted them on the SBCC, and I think they're pretty useful. I hope so. So one is a selection of comparison between Appendix A tables between Watch 2024 WSEC draft Appendix A and then ASHRAE 90.1 2022 Appendix A, so you can see where things are similar and where they start to diverge. That'll be helpful especially if you want to write a proposal. The other one, yeah, that's this one right now. That's what's there. So for example, what's on the screen right now shows how the similar default lookup tables for constant above deck roof insulation compare between the two appendices, Washington State to ASHRAE. That particular table, they had pretty close alignment, so it doesn't indicate too much significant. There's other tabs in that spreadsheet where you can look at different assemblies and see if they were close or not. I think divergence is more concerning than than really which is more stringent.
Mhm. Okay, so I guess,
And sorry, there's one other thing I just want to say quickly,
Go ahead.
Shell, and then I'll move on because, again, not making a recommendation. The other file is a comparison of the default R value installation table versus what those lookups, if you use the default appendix performance, actually equate to in U factors, and then compared to what the U factor table requests. So again, nothing in this says one is more stringent than the other. I think this definitely suggests somebody's going to want to make proposals probably to whatever assemblies are listed in the default R value tables, because some of them do not achieve the code U factor required from the U factor table.
okay, thanks, Nathan. Okay, Larry,
Yeah. Did you say all these are available on the website then? So we can get all these downloaded and take a good look at them?
Yes, it's in the tag meeting announcement. I think I can just drop the link into our, do we have a chat? Guess not.
I think we don't
You're right,
have
we
a
don't.
chat on this one, but if you go to the main, go ahead, Crystal.
Yeah, just go to the main page, go to meeting schedules and agendas, down to energy code tag. That'll give you this menu. And this is today's meeting. These are all the documents we're talking about. And these are the two reports that Nathan mentioned. And then you can also look up all the information that was at past meetings.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I guess someone should make a recommendation, and I guess for what I think there's an argument for consistency with national standards, which would be to go to the ASHRAE version, but there would also be consistency with our past few codes, which would say keep it as it is in Appendix A. So I think there's arguments for both directions. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, awesome work, Nathan. Wondering if it's possible to get a copy of the Excel file. I just find it interesting. It's really awesome work.
Oh yeah, I see there. What was posted are PDFs.
Right. I can send anybody who's interested the original Excel files. I just can't post those online.
Yeah, thank you for doing all that work, Nathan. That's a lot.
Yeah. And it was Nathan and who else, right? It was you, Nathan,
they
and
took my thing down.
okay, go ahead, Larry.
Can I get one of those copies too? Or I'd sure like one. There's a lot of good information there.
Sure, Larry.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I guess I see arguments for keeping it as it is because Washington State design professionals, construction professionals already familiar with the table and how it works. I can also see aligning with the national standard. I guess if I had to pick one of them, I guess I would suggest keeping what we have and then accepting a code proposal for updating it based on just why change it if it's not inherently better. That's, I guess, what I default to. I don't know, Nathan, if you have
Yeah, I mean, currently they don't fully overlap. So there's some assemblies that are only in one or the other. So again, it gets back to it probably needs a proposal if we were going to try to eliminate one or the other to supplement or something like that, or acknowledge that we don't need those assembly tables anymore. So I'm of the same opinion as you. For today's purpose, I say do what we did in the last code, which is have both. And we can make a proposal if we can clean it up.
That sounds good to me. Larry.
I would put a proposal forward to have both. I think that's a great idea.
This is Dwayne. Just as a code official, having two tables, no, that's not a good idea. Pick one.
Yep. yeah, I guess I was agreeing with the idea of having a code proposal to, if somebody wants to make a code proposal to modify it. I guess my default is, let's stick with what we have. If IECC 2024 is not better, or ASHRAE rather, is not inherently better, and then someone could submit a code proposal to modify it.
I see. I guess I was confused because the way it works right now, we have our WSEC table. We are always allowed to propose Assembly's performance from another reputable source, and code officials will accept that. So that is sort of the default.
Makes sense. Okay, I guess if we are not going to accept the IECC 2024 update, I'd like a motion to do that. Or if somebody else has an idea, they can make a motion to do something else. Larry.
I make a motion to accept both, and the code officials have to work a little harder. Okay, I'm sorry. But I mean, it leaves both options open, and you never know what's going on. And these both should be acceptable. So I would make a motion that we would keep them both. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies to lack of a second. Does anybody else have a motion? Or a different motion?
I guess I will motion that we keep the WSEC Appendix A table. Future proposals can be considered.
I second that second that motion, Eric Bedell.
Thank you, Nathan and Eric. Is there further discussion on the motion? The motion is to continue with the 2021 Washington State Energy Code Appendix A, knowing that we can accept code proposals for anything else that somebody might want, including moving to the ASHRAE version of it. Dwayne.
Just want to say that if there are two separate tables, it means the code requirement effectively becomes the least stringent of two sources. So we should have one, but yeah, I'm supportive of just for now leaving it as it is.
Yeah, Wayne, I like your comment. Agree 100% with you on this one.
Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Eric. I see no more hands up. Okay, all in favor of so to restate the motion is to continue with the 2021 Washington State Energy Code Appendix A. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passes. That was our second work group report. Now on to humidification, which might take a little bit more time. There were, I don't know, like 20 or 30 emails that went back and forth on the humidification one. And my summary, the summary that I got from the discussion was that adiabatic humidification is more efficient than other forms of humidification. We already have in C403.3.2.7 humidification a requirement. It says if an air economizer is required on a cooling system from which humidification equipment is to be provided to maintain minimum indoor humidity levels, then the humidifier shall be of the adiabatic type, direct evaporative media or fog atomization type. So we already have a requirement that systems subject to C403.3.2.7 humidification use adiabatic. So that seems like that would take precedence. That's already in the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, and there was no IECC language that would change that section. The section that was being discussed was about controls, which seems like it's kind of under the section that requires adiabatic humidification. There could be no more nuance that I'm not getting because I'm just an architect here and I was just trying to follow the conversation, but I'm trying to summarize. I guess Greg or others that were on that email chain, do you have other thoughts on this issue?
So,
Derek?
yeah, so I was the one who chaired that humidification. You are absolutely right. I'll be upfront with you. I was when you sent that over the updated language, that caught me off guard a little bit, Shell. Albeit, and I think I expressed that right. I feel like that got through us on the Washington State Energy Code in the 2021, that electric to steam humidification somehow got not included in that language. And that I'm just going to leave that up front, in my opinion, what happened. I still stand by the original, and I know not everyone is privy to what was the conversation behind the scenes in the last 2 weeks related to that controls, what I'm going to call, where it said, hey, you need to remove electric and fossil fuel, right? We said, okay, that we agree. I think the overall board or consensus agreed that fossil fuel would be moved and agreed upon. What was the one that I didn't understand was the electric, right? Because electric to steam is pretty much the go-to humidification, at least at this moment in time, in many of the projects that we are dealing. And I'm not going to say, I'm going to say we, but me personally, and that's with a wide array of engineers within the Seattle Puget Sound area. So there are a significant amount of cons to adiabatic humidification that is above and beyond just energy efficiency. So, at the end of the day, what I thought was, okay, we maybe need a code request modification or a code modification just to 403 to actually add back electric steam, steam to electric, because you just can't use adiabatic for some situations. It just becomes, in my opinion, a health risk, and that trumps anything on the energy code at all, right? When you have a health, and that's due to Legionella in hospitals or healthcare. And again, I know there were some other conversations that went on, and I'm getting a little bit long on the tooth, in California that now allows it, and someone gave one example out of, I don't know how many hospitals there are in California that adiabatic can maybe get installed, but there's a lot of provisions from UV to constant circulation. So again, able to, I guess you could say, we can leave the language as is. I can make a motion and then come back into the future with a code modification for 403. So at that point, I'm going to stop talking because I feel like I took a lot of time up. And I see a lot of hands coming up already. So Shell, the floor is yours. I'll stop talking now.
Thank you, Eric. That was really insightful. And I guess recreating for the tag what we talked about in those emails, that's really helpful. So thanks, Eric. Larry is next.
Yeah, I am a survivor of Legionella, and it was caused by humidification, and it wasn't because they weren't doing the proper chemicals on it, and it can happen very easily. And I was in the hospital for over a week, and I was up there servicing it, and luckily my doctor recognized what it was and saved my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. So I prefer steam humidification. It does a great job. It works great in our arid climate for air conditioning in the summertime. And it needs to be. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. That's pretty serious. My understanding is water needs to get above 140 or so to be safe from Legionella. So that's
Shell, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm taking some Dwayne's, but yeah, it's adiabatic in certain situations. It's not as easy as people think. Hey, we're just going to miss some air into an air handler and be done with it. There has to be provisions to protect the people within the context of that. So again, I already used my time. Floor's yours, Dwayne.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that in this language, healthcare is explicitly exempted from that, and it says where it's required. So any place, any kind of situation where you where there's another regulation that supersedes this would mean it was required. But I also wanted to mention that the existing language 403.327 is restricted to only where there's an air economizer required on the cooling system, and so it seems like we need both of these. But I'm happy to support the motion to just go ahead and have a working group, or some of us come up with a code change proposal if we need more clarification that things like hospitals are exempt. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dwayne. I didn't hear a motion from you or Eric, so we're going to go on to Greg.
I was just going to say is however we address this issue, whether it's a code change proposal or whether it's in the draft, I think Eric brings up some awesome points that need to be addressed. And I mean, it's so if you want, and I think it'd be really, I mean, we do have energy efficiency is important. So if we're wanting to come to a compromise that actually addresses the life safety issues, I think that'd be an awesome approach. But whatever the avenue that we go, I'm willing to help co-sponsor whatever Eric's gonna work on as the lead for the proposal.
And I'm planning on putting a motion to this, and it's going to be a compromise. It's not going to be a compromise. I'm actually going to take away the electric. We're going to go as is, but I'm going to hear everyone's and then work on that code. And Dwayne, just to answer your question related to healthcare, this is where it gets really tricky, right? So you can have a Group B occupancy, right? A medical office building that requires humidification, right? It's not healthcare. It doesn't fall underneath the code. And at that point, because it's not healthcare, you are required by code to put ADB attic in. And it's one of those things where if you actually go into it, it's not healthcare, it's Group B occupancy medical office building. Got humidification in it, it's got a clinic in it, it's got a patient room in. So again, maybe it's a tech client that wants humidification and they just don't understand that where you have, so there are these exceptions that I think we need to work through a code modification process to just, again, I'm looking out for health reasons. I'm looking at and sort of moving away from the energy efficiency. So to answer or to directly respond to you, Dwayne.
And
I would suggest you make the motion, Eric, and I'll second.
Okay.
So I can.
So I'm gonna say the motion to leave the language as is. So we're gonna strike, not strike anything. Sorry, we're gonna leave fossil fuel and electric as is, and we're gonna vote on that today, with the understanding. Not part of the motion.
Just to be clear, Krista, could you or whoever?
Yeah, let's bring it up. It's going to be stay as is, right? And where we're really going to do the work is in the 403 section that Shell brought up. So this is just for controls. We're going to leave it as is, and it's going to say fossil fuel and electric at this moment in time is my motion, and then work on the 403.
Okay, I just want to I want it on the screen so I know what the motion is, so it's clear to everybody.
Yeah, where's
Which
that?
section is the control section?
I'm getting that, bringing it up right now.
C403.4.13.2.
Yeah, there you go.
C403.4.13.2.
And then within the context of the code, we'll work on removing the electric and then adding back electric into the 2024 Washington State Energy Code in the actual humidification section. Even though I know what you said, Dwayne, where it says economize, or if it has we have to have something in humidity that says, hey, okay.
Okay, so Eric, we have red language, which is from the IECC 2024. And as I understand your motion, you are saying accept
this right now.
The red language that's on the screen, including if you scroll up just a little bit above that. So are you saying accept everything from C4 3.4.13
At this
above?
point, it's just the control. It's not the good, it's not the real language, right? It's just the controls. We have to go to the section that you said shall basically in the background, and
Yep.
that's where we have to modify
But not today.
humidification. But it's not today,
Not
right?
today, yeah.
Well, this is a 2-week long behind the scenes, similar to with the other 97 emails that were going back and forth. That we have to come up as a group and modify that section.
Yep.
And
Okay,
then
so we have a
does
motion on the table, which is to accept the IECC language for C403.3 sorry, C403.4.13 C403.4.13, which includes some subsections as well, and includes both. Well, okay, does your motion include the fossil fuel thing as well as the electric?
fossil fuel and electric. We're gonna
Okay.
just leave it as is now, and then come back during when we're really making the sausage. And I'm gonna say at that moment in time, the code request proposal will strike electric in that form, and then also modify the humidification section within the actual Washington State Energy Code to allow
Okay.
electric.
I'll
Okay.
second that motion. That sounds like a good compromise, just approach.
Okay. To be clear, the IECC didn't have the word fossil fuel in it, right? Is that? I thought this tag maybe, I could be misremembering.
That's new information to me then.
Okay, maybe I'm misremembering that.
It had fossil fuel, and if this is what
Okay,
Krista gave,
yeah.
okay, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I was misremembering there. Okay, so the motion on the floor, and we'll get to Larry in a second, that has been seconded is to accept the red language that's on the screen, slightly above the screen and slightly below the screen from the IECC 24. And we have a second for that. So Larry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I want to make it clear. It's just not hospitals or medical facilities.
I agree with you on this one, Larry.
That
all of it.
It's all of it. And what we really need in this code language is, I mean, there's two ways to treat this. You either treat it chemically and keep the chlorine level up in it so the Legionnaire doesn't get in there, or you heat it up, one or the other. Okay. And that needs to be in this code so people understand there is this high percentage of a chance to get Legionella. You could have Legionella in your home humidifier. Okay.
Yeah.
And we've totally went away from it because nobody at home goes in there and puts chlorine in their water anymore. Nobody does that. And I mean, bakeries are getting the right humidity in the water. And so they're using these big swamp coolers and stuff to do this, but they're constantly maintaining and making sure that they have a high enough chlorine level in there so that they don't have the Legionella in there. But somebody needs to tell them what level to put in there and what needs to be done. This is critical for everybody's safety because Legionella becomes airborne.
Yeah.
And we could all have, I mean, they had that one hotel down in Florida where the whole hotel had it, and they lost many people.
Larry, I agree with you 100%. We will work on this through the code modification process. We're going to get it right. I'm going to tell you that, or at least we're going to put a proposal together that maybe we think is right, and then we're going to provide that to the rest of the tag group, and hopefully they agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks everybody. Anybody else want to speak on this issue?
Just to make sure everyone's clear, we're not disagreeing on there needs to be a change. It's just the process is it's going to be a code change proposal as opposed to in the red line. So
that's exactly right, Greg.
So we're accepting the red line, the IECC 2024 language for the integrated draft. And then anybody can put together a code proposal, and it sounds like Eric will.
That'll be me.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been stated many times. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
I,
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. We've accepted this language. That concludes the 3 work groups that we had talked about. There's a few other things to cover. Go ahead, Lisa.
yeah, just a quick question, and I'm hearing it in other, folks, concerns about details in the code that we all feel need to be addressed. And yes, we're going to put it out there and say that this requires a code change proposal. But I understand that, folks are going to be concerned that those code change proposals aren't going to happen.
Yeah.
And so is this something that we can, through all the meetings or whatever, maybe create a laundry list of these are all the topics that the tag is identified as being details that require a code change proposal? And if we don't get one, that the tag can take them on? I'm not sure what I'm asking for, but I'm just trying to address the concerns I'm hearing from tag members.
That's a good
Lisa,
question.
I like that. And if we just had a list with a name beside each one, we'd make sure that no one of these issues that has come up would be orphaned and just forgotten in the rush, a few months from now. Just, I don't know, is that something that you or Krista or somebody else on the call could do? Just keep a running list.
In other tags, typically there is somebody assigned to write a proposal if the tag thinks there should be a change, or someone volunteers to do that.
We have a volunteer. So, I mean, I think that's good. I'm writing down a bunch of these things. I guess. Lisa, do you have a list? Dwayne, do you have a list? Is anybody keeping a list? I haven't written down everything.
Yeah, really it would require sitting through the meetings again and making a note of all of them. But it would be a very beneficial, perhaps follow-up summary from the tag's effort that we all can kind of take a look at, because we're volunteering as we go, but it feels like maybe this could be handled more formally to make sure that nothing falls through the cracks.
Yeah, okay. Anybody really want to watch these meetings? You can watch them back on 1.75 and that helps. 1.75 speed, and that helps. I guess, does anybody have that list or want to maintain that list? If nobody is going to do that, I could take that on and then probably just after today, send an email to Krista with what has been identified as wanting a code change proposal, as well as if anybody volunteered or if nobody volunteered, and then she can send that out to the tag and people could reply to her with a name on that. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds good.
Okay. That will be fun to rewatch all this stuff. Okay. And then Lisa, I feel like you had asked earlier if we can go back to cover things that we got through before that. And we can go back anytime to cover things. I think there's some big things to cover, and then there's some more minor things. So let's get into it, and we can go backwards at any point. I know there was a C4 3.1 thing that Ben brought up, and then we also need to go back to C402.1.2.1.1. But we're going to start on C404.6 starting very, very soon. Krista, would you rather hit C403.1 and C402.1.2.1.1 now and then start on C404.6?
That might be easier to get all the old stuff out of the way.
Okay. C402.1.2.1.1, is that a good place to start then?
Sure.
Okay, so what happened was I think we had started with the table last time instead of starting exactly where we had left off. And so we skipped a little bit of code in here.
So nobody has any comments on this language for spandrel panels? Cold form steel, area weighted averaging, mass walls and floors, and concrete masonry units. Okay, the next was what, 403 point?
403.1, Ben had sent something about that.
Let's see, this was missing part of this. 13 is the end of this section.
Through C 103? Yeah.
403.
403, yep.
But I will double check this section and see.
I think in, yeah, he's suggesting that the 17 becomes a 13. So C4 3.13. Okay, are there any comments, questions, thoughts on this? Okay. So those are the two backward looking or ones that we had wanted to go back to. Lisa.
I have two, they're quick. Can we take a, and one of them is kind of will give us an idea of what Krista can do editorially. And that's the fenestration definition. There's a minor error there. It's not really, I think it's a typo. It's just not right.
What section?
This fenestration definition. Yeah, so under vertical fenestration, it says windows that are fixed or operable and doors with no more than 50% glazed area. That be no less than.
Right.
Now, Krista, is this something where we could send this to you just via email and it would be considered editorial?
Yeah, I think this one would be.
Okay, that's helpful. And the other one, very quickly, it's over in section C403. And I'm looking at my notes on where it is. There's section C403.36. Yeah, so there's this provision here, ventilation for group R2 occupancy. If you read through the language, you know, it covers energy recovery criteria, all that. And there's a specific exception to this. And then if you look at section C403761,
I mean, generally, we're supposed to limit our comments and discussion to what's changed in the IECC 2024.
okay, so this is something where we've got a provision. Basically, it's identical language. So, I mean, we could do this with code change proposal and say, yeah, we shouldn't have two provisions with nearly identical language. But again, is this an editorial change or is this a code change proposal?
This one would be a code change proposal because it was the tag consensus last time to go ahead and keep both sections.
Got it. Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks, Krista.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Our next thing is we're going to start again at C404.6 and make our way through the rest of the code today. We'll probably take a break at 10:45 for 5 minutes and then at 12, around 12 for 15 minutes. So C404.6, I believe, is.
Are we skipping lighting section, CO4 or 5?
Oh, did we skip?
We haven't done that yet. CO4 or 5 is pretty important.
Well, C404.6. We'll start there.
Oh,
and
4.6. Okay, sorry.
Yep. Maybe I misspoke. Yep.
And I skipped over it. Hang on.
Yep. Go ahead, Larry. C404.6. Larry, do you have a comment? I don't hear you if you're talking, Larry.
Are they talking about the horsepower of the blower or the horsepower of the boiler? Because 10 horsepower isn't very big. It's saying that now we're requiring oxygen controls. It's the blower? Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, so we're on C404.6. I will go with raised hands, or if you have a comment or a question, shout it out. This is about insulation.
This is more of a note for a code change proposal. The exception for piping that's conveying hot water that's not heated through, I forget how they said it. It doesn't require energy to be heated. I think there might still be a reason to have insulation there, depending on the temperature.
Yeah, that was exception 3.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that. I almost brought it up as well. It seems like, well, how did you heat that water?
Well, you could have,
Waste heat,
geothermal or solar, but I'm like, it's still hot. There's other reasons to have insulation than just for energy conservation.
Yeah.
So there should be a temperature limit on that, unless I'm missing something.
So that would be an example of a proposed of a change coming from IECC that actually went backwards, that allowed an exception we did not allow before, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we could, it's well within our means to strike exception 3.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to strike exception 3. Is there a second? Going once, going
Second.
twice.
Second.
Oh, I hear some seconds. Okay, we have a motion to, I guess, accept this, but not, but strike exception 3. So, further discussion on this.
I could see having a reduced insulation requirement. In other words, for burn protection, but not so much energy conservation. I understand the intent of this. You got the energy for free, so don't have to worry about losing a little bit, but there's other reasons to insulate a pipe. I don't know if there's provisions in the code that require insulation for burn protection elsewhere. So I'm just not clear on that.
Thanks, Larry. And Larry, I don't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I try to keep muted so I can't don't bother you guys. No, I'm all for the insulation, because what if we have some cooling in that same area? Okay. And then once it gets above 100 in there, it becomes pretty bad for employees. So I think we should keep that heat in the pipe. I think that's what we're trying to do. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
Yeah, and just quickly, it's not all free heat we're talking about. Pellet boilers, wood boilers are a thing. Why wouldn't we want them to not waste that fuel?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Good
Thanks,
point.
Nathan. Okay, we have the motion is to strike exception 3 in here. Oh, Greg.
One quick question. What about like heating, let's say someone had a heated driveway, for an example. And I mean, obviously you want the pipe insulated for the distribution part to get from the heat source to the heated driveway. But when you're in the sidewalk and you're conveying heat, would removing this exception cause an issue? Because you, like, I'm just kind of, what does people think? Is that removing this exception, would people use common sense and say, well, not when the piping's actually giving off the heat?
Yeah,
My
in that
guess-
case, it's a radiator or something, and
Yeah.
I can't. That's the purpose of getting the water out there. So I think we're fine.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And it wouldn't matter in this case whether you use fossil fuels, electricity, or wood or anything like that. Could be a heating system. Larry.
The only exception I would see is in a lot of these older homes and older buildings over here in Spokane, where the old timers, they didn't put insulation on the pipe like in the basements, because that radiation was what was used to heat the basement. So if the pipe is used for the radiation, then I would think that would be okay, but it has to have an intended use to be bare. Okay. And we do that quite often, but we just don't, we have an intent. We do a heat load of what that room needs, but that heat's only used during the wintertime. It's not in the summertime. So, I mean, we do that quite often, is use actual pipe to secure the heat in these older buildings. Thank you.
And this would apply to new pipes, mostly because, existing things in existing homes. This also doesn't cover homes. This is the commercial energy code.
No, it's still outside.
So, yeah. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Okay. Motion passes. We'll move on.
Brian, you had some comments on this one?
Well, just here's this thing that says you can, you don't have to, you only have to insulate the first 8 feet of the outlet piping, but we require the whole run to be insulated, right? So why are we having this thing that just says, I think is just misleading to say you just have to have the first 8 feet. I think that's still in the residential code, right? Is it? But anyway, that thing about the first 8 feet seems wrong.
So I guess we could strike that, because if that's moving us backwards or being confusing because we require more insulation than that, you could make a motion if you thought it was appropriate.
Yes, I make a motion to strike item 2 and just replace that with reserved.
Would you include item 3 as well?
I don't fully understand why that one is there, but yeah, that would make sense because it's gonna all, unless it's exempted elsewhere, it would all be insulated. So yes, 2 and 3, please.
Okay, we have a motion to strike 2 and 3 from CFR 416.1. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Dwayne or Kevin, do you want to say anything more about this?
Nope.
So
Okay.
wait a minute. When you say the following piping shall be insulated per the requirements of this section, and it says the first 8 feet, don't you just want to strike the first 8 feet part and keep the rest of it?
Good point.
Because you want it to be insulated.
Right. I'll let Dwayne speak to that first, but I'll consider that a friendly amendment.
I thought that earlier in the section that piping was required to be insulated anyway, but no, I like that. Thank you. Let's instead for those 2 make my motion be strike first 8 feet and the metric equivalent.
So start with outlet piping from and branch piping from.
Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, that's the motion. We had a second. The second was it?
Yeah.
Kevin? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still in agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Larry.
I would sure, I mean, the 10-gallon mark, that's a lot of water nowadays in a boiler. Okay. I mean, it wasn't years ago, but today 10 gallons is a lot of water in a boiler. I mean, you could have a 1,000,000 BTU boiler with only 10 gallons of water in it real easy nowadays. Okay. So I think you should be insulating that stuff myself. I mean, we're reducing the amount of water in these boilers so they can come on demand faster and heat up faster. And that's the trend. So I think we should do something about 2.3. I think you should be doing some insulation there. Okay. I mean, but it's up to you guys. I mean, I'm just telling you what's happening out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Well, Dwayne, do you think that's a good strikeout?
You're talking about something beyond the first 8 feet?
Yeah, just take out 2.3 entirely because, well, or excuse me.
I think Larry was talking about the 10 gallons part of it.
Yeah, the 10
right,
gallons
sorry.
part of it. That I think I mean, some of these boilers, 399, 400,000, they might only have 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons of water in them. And I think you want to insulate all the way up to them. Thanks.
That's an interesting point because this would seem 2.3 would seem to be a backslider kind of thing, right? That exempted all those small tanks.
Is that friendly, Dwayne?
Yes, thank you.
I
Kevin?
agree.
All right.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you. This is good, efficient wordsmithing. And I'm also going to note this in my notes that we should compare this to the earlier pipe insulation section because I believe there are requirements elsewhere as well. Irina.
I just I need to step away for a few minutes.
Okay. And your second is that, no, Greg's the electrical engineer. He's not the,
Kevin was.
Kevin's the second, or the alternate. Okay. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. That he was the second to the motion, not the
Oh, yeah.
alternate.
Yeah. I was wondering if Irina had a second, and I'm off the top of my head not remembering who that is.
It's vacant.
Okay. All right. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. It's on the screen. We've been talking about it a bit. Anyone else have a comment on this? Otherwise, we'll vote. Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to strike parts of C4 4.6.1, including part of 2 and part of 3, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay. Thank you, everybody. That was great. Let's move on.
And this was one where there's a bit of a conflict between the new table and the existing table. And I didn't go back to look at the proposal to see what their rationale was for making the insulation less stringent.
There's the way it's been done before. There, you refer back to a table in C403, and then there's an exception down under there. So I think that this is the same amount of insulation as was required if you go to that table and use that exception.
Okay, we have the option to accept. So if the highlighted thickness values are less than what we have, then we're supposed to not accept them. Is that, if that's true, then I guess, is that true? Ben, go ahead.
Thanks, Joe. I guess my question would be, I forgot what the resolution was for the C403 section on piping installation. So the model code added in a new R value calculation, in as well as the nominal thickness for insulation. So I think this might be related to that, but you'd have to compare it, and I don't remember what the tag did with the new calculation method that they had. Thanks.
I thought we got rid of all the R value stuff and we stuck with the insulation thickness and the K factor that the pipe industry uses.
Yep.
Looks like that's all struck. The R values.
Yep.
But why do we have a difference in these two tables? Why do we have a difference? I mean, we have a significant difference here in these two tables.
Well, water heating is not the same as space heating, I guess.
Yeah, but they all lose the same amount of heat. So I don't know. Maybe the number of hours that you're running it isn't as much, but if it's on a circulating pump, it would be. Like, anyway. Do we know what we had before?
Yeah, but like I said, you have to chase it down by going from 404 back to the table in 403 and down to the footnotes. So I think, at least for this integrated draft, I think I looked it up, I think at the time when I reviewed this before, and it seemed to be correct, and just a lot more useful than having people try to chase down that footnote. So
More useful to keep the table, Dwayne?
Do you need a motion, Shell?
Yes, yeah, it'd be great to have a motion so we have something specific to discuss.
Yeah. I move that we, for this integrated draft, maintain those highlighted values you see there in the table.
Okay, so it's to accept table C404.6.1 from the IECC 2024 with the highlighted values.
Right.
This is Todd. I'll second that.
Thank you, Todd. Larry, I see your hand
Oh,
up.
excuse me. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm lower.
Okay, so that's the motion. The motion is to accept table C404.6.1 with the highlighted values in yellow there. Is any further discussion on this motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. Thanks, everybody.
Gravity and thermal cycle are prohibited systems. Return shall be dedicated return pipe.
And as noted on the circulation systems, the IECC had more control language than was included in our energy code, and these provisions here.
So what we're seeing on the screen is the IECC language?
In the comment here, this is the ICC language is added after this.
That was my, when I reviewed your comment, my thought was, okay, it's a little, why should we have differences that don't, from the IECC language that don't make any difference in the real world? So I thought just take IECC language unless somebody sees something that needs to be changed there.
Yeah, I agree, Dwayne, that those are good provisions. If you're telling the pump to start, you need to tell it when to stop. So.
I would, though, should we maintain that statement that she's got in green there? The gravity and thermosiphon circulation systems are prohibited.
Was
in there.
Both the green and the red were stricken and then re-added in a slightly different order.
Okay, got
it's the same language. So if we accepted that red language about controls, we would strike the sentence in black just before that.
No, that's
We don't need-
starting.
Okay, starting. Okay.
Yeah, they're stopping.
Okay. So we'll start it based on the identification of need and turn off when it's at the desired temperature and not having a demand. Okay. Is that a motion, Dwayne?
Yes, motion to accept that language as modified.
Okay.
Kevin, I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second to do what we see to C404.7.1 on the screen, adding in the IECC language and reordering some things. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay. Thank you. That was great. All right, let's move on.
And that one, we would, since we just did accept that new ICC table, that we would keep the IECC language instead of doing this change, right?
Right.
No, we keep the change that you show there.
We'd keep the change. We'd
Yep.
reference the C404.6.1. Yeah.
Yep.
That brings us all the way down to lighting.
Hey.
Oh, before we move, I have few observation here. Can we go back to 404?
Please.
Yes. 404.13. This section number in the last item number 4. I think we need to double check. It's a typo, looks to me.
Okay. Yeah, Krista highlighted it and can go back and make sure it references the right section.
Also, yeah. And the 7.5 horsepower in the reference section is 5 horsepower. So 5 or 7.5 also we can check at the same time. Or we can leave it 7.5 here and it is 5 horsepower there.
This sounds like something we should probably resolve right now.
Yes, I think a clear contradiction in the code we can look at. Do you know the other section that is referenced? It has the 5 in
Well,
it?
it's just up next to that C403.2.4. So it should be referring to C403.2.4 instead of 0.3.
Okay. And then is the 5 horsepower in?
Yes, here, very first sentence.
Okay, C4 3.2.4.
So that is a correct section, I believe, is referenced, should be referenced.
Good catch.
Okay, and then we would try and align to the more stringent of them, which would be the 5 horsepower.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess you could make a motion to align the exception 4, or number 4 rather, to 5.0 horsepower instead of 7.5. Is that
Yeah.
where you're going?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes. Motion to show the red line item on the screen.
Second.
Please could we show 5.0 just to keep that same formatting?
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, thank you. Very good ayes. Thank you, Shailesh.
One more thing, going back to 404 11.2. 11.2 item exception number 2. It has a word solar and waste heat recovery. So should we say and or only and?
I think we do not use the term and or because it's ambiguous.
So this means either or this means it has to have both.
I think it should be or instead of and. You're right.
Okay, yeah, something needs to be fixed there.
For sure.
Okay. All right, that will make it clearer. Okay, I don't know that we need a motion for this.
I don't think so.
You don't think so, Krista?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Shailesh. Any other things your eagle eyes have seen in here that needs to be fixed?
I have minor thing, but I don't want to go back to, if you want to go 404 3.2.
If it's really minor, you can send it to Krista, and if it's editorial, it can be fixed.
Yeah, if you go 404 3.2, here we are putting gallons, but the table shows ounces. So it would be better to convert that gallon into ounces for calculation purpose. That's all. Thank you.
Maybe we could put that in the parentheses. We have liters. Could we put gallons in parentheses? That's for exception 1, or I mean subsection 1.
I think it's just.
You're talking about exception or subsection 1 where it says not more than 2 ounces, Shailesh? Okay, if it's just.
I think he's talking about that half gallon, 0.5 gallon, because the table up above has ounces.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yeah, it's item number 2.
Okay. That could be an editorial clerical thing. So why don't we just send that? Shailesh, can you send that to Krista, or I guess she could adjust it right now. Yep, that sounds good.
Do you guys know how little water 2 ounces is?
Yep.
I mean, literally here. Come on, now let's talk about this for a second.
No, let's not talk about it right now.
I think it is important because 2 ounces isn't even the water in the tube coming up from the angle stop.
We don't have an ability to change this section because IECC didn't change it. So that's a code change proposal if you want to change it.
Sure. That's ridiculous. It never happened.
2 ounces is, I think, about a shot. So let's move on. Lighting. I agree with Dwayne that I don't understand what generation is.
Does anybody know what they meant to say there?
Oh, it means generation. So generation is when you're like solar on your roof, that's generation. Backup generators are generation. So anything that is when you generate power. I agree with the red line as written for the IECC.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's power generation.
Yep.
And since it follows lighting systems, it's like lighting system generation. But okay, that makes sense.
Do we want to add power just for clarity?
Well, this section is power. So it's electrical power. and lighting system. So it includes both.
I think the
So-
word power generation, power in front of generation would help me understand it.
Sure, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Anything else, Greg?
I do have something for 405.2 when you scroll down.
I think we're there.
So, okay, this one, I think we need to dissect the exceptions. So exception number 1, I agree with the IECC language. Our Washington State Energy Code was too broad, and the new language actually makes it so it can't broadly be used. So that's good. Exception number 2 and exception number 3. So there's a little bit of I think IECC muddied the water a little bit. So they're trying to do basically 2 things. If you refer to the IECC, they basically tried to segregate egress lighting into 2 categories. They segregate it as if you tied the controls in with the fire alarm system versus if you didn't. And basically what the IEC did was they said, we're going to put a limit on it of 0.02 watts per square foot. You see Krista's note. If it's tied into the fire alarm system. If it's not tied in the fire alarm system and it's a separate system, which is usually the case, then there is no limit. You just have to comply with the IBC. So I don't think, so my 2 thoughts here is I don't think there's any value. It really doesn't impact energy efficiency to segregate out if it's tied in or not tied in with the fire alarm system. I don't see that as as something that provides any value or impacts energy efficiency. And also the 0.01 watts, which is what Washington State Energy Code had before, I think that's too restrictive. I like IECC's 0.02 watts a lot better. But I do also like the IECC's thing saying, well, on the third exception 3, where they basically don't have a limit if it's complying with International Building Code. And I guess the reason why is egress lighting is a life safety issue. When you have a power outage or something fails and goes and the building goes completely dark, and you're especially for in your building, people have to get out. And when it's completely dark, you can't see it to get out. And even if you do a dim lighting, like you do a little bit of lighting, is it too hazardous to get out? And so what I would suggest that we would do for discussion is we combined 2 and 3 into 1. We basically take IEC's 0.02 watts per square foot, but then we with the that they have. But then what we do is we say, this is what we want, but or as required by the IBC. And so basically ends up being that you have to get the 0.01 watts per square foot unless it's IBC requires something that requires more watts per square foot, because you can't make it impossible. So I'll let others speak.
Okay, Greg, you said something, and if we were going to make a motion out of it, I would need more clarity on it, but Dwayne.
So what the 0.01 watts per square foot is a perfectly reasonable, that allows more than a dozen 26-watt light fixtures around on a typical office floor, enough to be able to see your way around. And if there's a power failure, then the emergency lights go on, and they're and they provide more light than that, so that you can find your way out. So the 0.2 watts per square foot, when you get up to 2 dozen light fixtures per 20,000 square foot floor, that's like a crazy large amount of light that is being allowed to be on 24/7, even when the building is unoccupied. You see lots of downtown buildings glowing in the middle of the night, because traditionally people used to just have the emergency lighting also serve as that 24/7 on lighting. So I think we should keep the 0.1 watts per square foot. I agree that we should get rid of the references to whether things have a fire alarm system or not. So I would, it seems to me that you leave the 0.1 watts per square foot and strike that added language about fire alarm systems. And then for item 3, well, you use that language, emergency lighting that's automatically off during normal operations. You leave that in, and then you're good to go.
You bring up a good point, Dwayne, when it comes to office buildings. You're dead on for that. And you're talking about the battery lights, usually those like bug eyes. But for warehouses in like Amazon warehouse, for an example, it doesn't work for that. So I mean, like an office building, you're spot on. 1.01 is great, but for when you have big giant high ceilings and a big giant, like let's say an Amazon warehouse distribution facility, that's where that wattage doesn't always get down to the floor because it's such a large space, and it becomes a problem there. So
well, that is for spaces that are unoccupied. Our warehouses are all required to have the lights blink on when you walk near an aisle. So we're talking about the light that just never turns off, whether anybody's there or not. And we don't need that to be the 0.2.
Well, it's not. So I just visited the Amazon warehouse. I'll use that as an example because I was just there earlier this week. And that thing is it's not unoccupied is a misnomer. It's actually occupied all the time. And having seen how they do their operations, I would I mean that creates a problem for them. For that'd be one situation. But I wonder if there's a way we could maybe a compromise might be, what if we go with the 0.01 watts per square foot like you're suggesting, but we throw in an out for by taking the IEC's language they have for emergency lighting required by the IBC, and so we just say 0.01 watts per square foot or additional as required by the IBC for exit components. So that way, if there comes to a situation where it doesn't work, they have an out.
That's no, and we have to keep the 0.01 because that if we went up to 0.02, that would be going to a lesser degree of energy efficiency, and we don't go that direction. And we already have this language that says that the emergency lighting is an entirely separate thing, and if you have a power loss, all that emergency lighting turns on to whatever extent is required by the code.
Well, maybe you didn't understand what I suggested. I suggested we go with the 0.01 that like you want,
right?
But then we include the language of exception 3 on emergency lighting that is what's crossed out, the 3 crossed out, the emergency lighting required by the International Building Code and exit components that are not, and then we just strike the fire alarm system portion. So just take the first half of that highlighted one.
Well, if you look at the number, we have 2 number 3s, but the number 3 above that, the underlined language, that's what makes sure that the emergency lighting is there, and it's the stuff that's not on during normal operations.
I would suggest both. We want both in there, is my suggestion. But I mean, obviously striking the components not part of the fire alarm system because that doesn't add any value.
Yeah, I think the second number 3 just adds more confusion to it's essentially stating the same requirement twice.
Well, there's other hands up, so I'll lower mine for others to talk.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Dwayne. Larry.
But it sounds like what it comes down to, if we don't have enough luminaires down on the floor, why don't we require that 0.01 watts at the floor? Okay, so the actual illumination that's being used on the floor is the 0.1 watts per square foot. I mean, not that it's up on the ceiling coming down at 0.01 watts, but you actually have that amount of luminaires on the floor, so you can put your measuring device on the floor in those aisles where you're walking and pick up, so you have that adequate light. Thank you.
Great thought, Larry, but that's foot candles and lumens, not watts per square foot. So watts per square foot is not a measurement of light output. It's a measurement of power usage. You'd have to be in foot candles or lumens.
And the building code has the illumination levels for egress components. Kevin.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if the exceptions 3 could just be combined. That is emergency lighting that is automatically off during normal operations, or required by the IBC, off we go, rest of the sentence. I also question deleting components that are provided with fire alarm systems. It seems like there are lighting elements that are part of fire alarm systems that should be accepted from lighting controls. They're not lighting, but they are illumination for readability, etc. Like I'm thinking a fire alarm panel, for example, that has lights in it. I think that's what they're referring to. Seems like those should be accepted from lighting controls.
I think the lighting within a fire access panel would not be subject to a lighting power density.
Yeah, you're right, Chell. That's not included. And also, if you're talking about the strobes, they aren't included in that system. And in fact, it's not just a fire alarm system. The correct thing is fire alarm and mass notification system, because they're usually combined in one. So it's a completely different system that doesn't relate to lighting.
Okay, fair enough. I'm a mechanical guy, right? So,
but I like your suggestion a lot, Kevin.
oh, for 3?
Yeah, for combining 3.
The building code is where the requirements for emergency lighting live, and this thing saying that we would have emergency lighting that complies with the building code, it's like redundant with that, and doesn't add anything to just saying it's the emergency. Since this is the energy code, it's that emergency lighting that's typically off and only goes on when they test the fire alarm.
But what this exception is what these 4 exceptions, or 5, are for emergency lighting. So they wouldn't count against your, well, no, this is a controls section.
Right.
So
this is we just want to define how much light can stay on 24/7, and that number 3 was just there to make sure that everybody understood that that's still available, that the stuff that's not typically on is always still available for so that it doesn't count against your 0.01 watts a square foot.
Okay, I'm just a poor building official. I'm going to, and I'm fire marshal also, so I'm going to agree with that emergency lighting should not be part of that. But at the same time, his Amazon doesn't, which is now 4.5, doesn't that exception for industrial and manufacturing process area for production and safety, doesn't that cover that as part of the exception?
Maybe.
Okay, that was my only.
It's subjective, up to the building official for the argument. So it's combining them provides more clarity, so that way you can actually, like Kevin's suggestion to combined would provide more clarity. That would, so then you wouldn't have to argue. And
thank you.
thanks, Todd. Charlotte had your hand up, but you took it down. Okay, so I heard a couple of suggestions and I want to get them on the page in front of us. so that if somebody makes a motion to do something, we have the actual language in front of us so we can react to it.
Can I give you a motion that will, and we can dictate the language?
Please.
Okay, so it's a motion, part one of the motion is accept number one change as shown on the screen.
Sure.
Part two, on caption number two, we'll strike out the components that are provided with the fire alarm system, but accept the red lines as is other than that.
So it would be, just to be clear, blah, 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 of means of egress, illumination, serving, exit, access. It would probably be the exit.
Sure, yes, that's fine.
And I don't know that that's great code language. Serving exit. I would think it would be
it's correct.
exit access.
Correct. Exit access is a defined term in the building code, and it is everything except the stairwell.
Yep, and I would guess serving the exit access components would probably be better code language than just the exit access. But okay.
If you want to make it real clear, you just say, yeah, well, it's good as it's close enough. And then the next one, 3, we'll take the first 3 red lines as is, but instead of a period at the end, we'd have the word or.
Yep.
Yeah, this is actually, the numbering is all screwy because of, if you might have seen when I was doing the show
Yeah.
simplified markup, that's how it actually looks. But for some reason, when you're in the full markup, it does funky things with the numbering.
Well, luckily he's about to combine 3 and 3, so
Yeah.
it'll be a little easier.
So the word or, and then we'll take the first part of the next one and we stop it right at where it says we stop right at exit access, and we do not include, and we strike the components that are not provided with the fire alarm system.
So you're saying then combined with the next line, and probably get rid of the word emergency lighting. So it's.
Oh no, just keep emergency lighting because it's or emergency lighting required by the National Building Code in exit access, period.
Why would you not include the components part?
Because it's the fire alarm system. It doesn't really, it doesn't change the equation. If you're saying they're not provided with the fire alarm system, well, what if it is? What if they decided?
Yeah, no, I'm just
no
the word components.
Oh, components. That's not really it's not about components. It's just exit access.
Well, the exit access is made up of components of the exit access, and that's, I guess, why.
If you want the word components, add components. It doesn't matter. It's you know, I mean.
And I guess I would suggest that for both exception 3 and exception serving exit access components, because.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and then leave exception 5 as is, I assume.
Yep. No change there.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and it is in front of us on the screen. Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have the motion, we have a second.
Who was the second? I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Margaret Montgomery.
Margaret.
Greg, do you want to speak? I guess we've already spoken in sport, but do you want to say any more words?
No, not this time.
Okay, Dwayne.
So the reason that I'm still opposed to this is that of the 2 number 3s we have up on there now, the first one is those bug eyes or whatever they have around the floor that turn on in a power loss. And the second one, the emergency lighting required in the exit access components, that's the stuff that you have to have on when the floor, or you have to have available when the floor is occupied. And it's not that will include more, because you have to have 1 foot candle out to every part of the floor. And that's the part that we don't want to stay on 24/7. We want those to turn off. That's the whole point of our code. So this would be a backsliding amendment here. And as such, I think it's not allowed in our rules. We want that emergency lighting that you would need if the fire alarm goes off, or if there's any occupants on the floor, there will have to be that 1 foot candle everywhere. And that means that like every, what is it, like 1 out of every 5 light fixtures on a floor has to stay on and be available as emergency lighting, but we don't want that to be the stuff that stays on permanently.
So I guess you're saying that a lighting designer could then use this exception and just put a bunch of really nice fixtures in there, call them emergency lighting, and have an exception for them?
Well, just even, you just have general lighting across the floor, and then 1 out of every 5 of those is part of the emergency lighting that would be on to help people get off the floor. That's really different from those half a dozen or dozen fixtures you'd place typically around the core, that would help just keep people oriented and can stay on forever. So this would be less stringent than our current requirements.
Okay, and you're saying that the second half of what we see on the screen for exception 3.
Right. We have something else in the building code that has lots of rules about what lighting level has to be available for emergency lighting, for the fire alarm, what lighting has to be available when you have a power outage, and we want to. This one was just about controlling the lighting so that when nobody's there, the lights are all the way off with a very few exceptions.
So can I suggest a compromise for discussion, Dwayne? Would you be willing to support this if right after the period of the components, when we say if we say if exception 2 is not possible? So then that way it's that would address your concern, like they try to do number 2, and if they can't do number 2, then they do that.
No, I would not accept that.
And the reason
I just don't want to get in a situation where we can't achieve exception 2, and by not being able to achieve exception 2, we create a life safety issue.
No, exception 2, there's nobody there. People come in, start using the space, the warehouse you're worried about. Those aisles all have to turn on and off based on occupancy. There's lots of light around. There's emergency fixtures that the building code requires. There's all kinds of good things. This is just about the stuff that can stay on forever. And you're asking to have a huge increase in the watts per square foot that can stay on forever, 24/7.
Okay, so what I hear you suggesting, Dwayne, is that the second half of what is on the screen as exception 3 is stricken from
that's my preference.
That's your preference. Okay. Do you want to make it an mandatory motion to do that?
Well, sounds like it would be unfriendly.
Well, no, an amendatory motion doesn't not have to be friendly.
My unfriendly amendment would be to not include that second number 3 that starts emergency lighting required by the International Building Code.
Okay. We have a motion, an amendatory motion to the main motion. Is there a second for that? I see unmuting happening. Is there a second for this?
I see Dwayne's point. I'm not a lighting guy and I don't quite feel confident here, so I guess not.
Okay. Motion dies due to a lack of second. So we're back to the main motion, which does not include the strikeout for the second half of this exception 3. I guess, Dwayne, I suggested what you might be concerned about, and I guess I was wrong. The concern is that, could you state the concern clearly?
The concern is that by allowing an exception that says
controls are not required.
An exception to the control thing that says that all emergency lighting is exempted, that puts us back to where we were before we had that 0.01 watts per square foot rule. That just says you don't have to have lighting controls for anything that where emergency lighting is required, and emergency lighting is required everywhere. And so we just expanded that 24/7 lighting by, a factor of 10 or something like that, just in this one fell swoop. So no, it's a really misguided thing, and I think it's not even allowed because it's dramatically less stringent than our current rule.
That's kind of where I'm wondering, because we have the ability to do some things, we don't have the ability to do other things, and we can't go backwards in terms of stringency here. So I guess I don't know who would make that determination, but as the chair, I'd probably be part of that. I'm looking up some stuff right now. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, just a quick question. So that are provided with fire alarm systems, that language is struck. I wasn't exactly clear what that meant. However, it appears perhaps that was maybe the intent of this language, is that it was going to be linked to the fire alarm systems in some way, and perhaps the language just wasn't well written.
There is lighting that is linked to the fire alarm system, and that is and that'll still be there. And if there's no fire alarm system, there's emergency lighting that has to come on anyway when there's a power loss.
I see.
So those are already handled in building code requirements, but we don't want those things to stay on around the year, around the clock.
Okay, and I agree with you, Dwayne. I think that as this section has been, or this exception has been edited by the tag, it does appear to be a step back, perhaps from what the original intent of the language was, but that the language wasn't very clearly written.
It might be that IECC messed up too.
Yeah.
that very thing that I was chair of, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and there is an exception already for industrial and manufacturing process areas. Okay, I guess I'm leaning towards the argument that this would actually move us backward and is not allowed for us to do that at this point. That's where I'm leaning. But Larry, go ahead.
Why couldn't we just make an exemption for those Amazon type warehouses like that? That sounds like where the real problem is, Greg. Would we be willing to kind of bend a little bit there for those type of facilities that need this, that we don't, it doesn't sound like we're adequate in those type of facilities right now.
Look at exception number 1.
It's subjective. I mean, this is up to code official interpretation. It really where so I mean, you can always use exception 1 or exception 5, but it makes it since the ambiguity that you have to argue with the code official on those items, it makes it harder for the designer who's designing the lighting system to know in advance. And I mean, they can have a pre-conference with the authority having jurisdiction to try to ascertain these things, but it makes it more, it just kind of slows down the whole system and makes it, and so having more clarity would be beneficial in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we're about to take a 5-minute break because we've been in here in the room for about 2 hours. I am going to suggest when we come back that we task somebody with a code change proposal that would apply to warehouses or whatever challenges we're seeing in here, and that we do not accept the motion that's on the floor because it includes something that would move us backwards and create a loophole. But we're going to take a 5-minute break, so think about it, see if we have better language, and we'll be back at 10:57.
I'm out till noon, so
You're out till noon, Kevin?
yeah, Ian's in tow though, so
Until noon or afternoon?
until noon, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that breaks quorum though.
Okay, sorry about that.
All right.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your 5-minute break. We are talking about this. There's a motion, and I think the motion moves us backwards, which is not something we're allowed to do. So I'm going to suggest that the proponent modifies or withdraws the motion.
So, Chell, if it's better to handle this with code change proposal, I'm okay with doing that. Actually, that would probably give more flexibility because this motion was, I was trying to limit the rewrite, and actually that probably should be rewritten a little, quite a bit. And if we rewritten it quite a bit, I think I could at least address 90% of Dwayne's concerns, maybe not get 100%, but I think I get 90% of the way there. So, I mean, if I'd be willing to withdraw the motion and just do it as a code change proposal if that's if you think that's the best route.
I do think that's the best route based on the discussion today. I want to hear from people with their hands up as well. Poppy?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify a couple things. Even if we switch to doing some of these changes through a code change proposal, would we be okay with the language in here as it is in the integrated draft, or would we still be going backward? I'm asking because I didn't quite follow Dwayne's point when he made his motion, and we didn't have a second on that motion, but I'm pretty clear on what the issue is now. And if we do indeed need a motion to make any changes now, even if we are also going to do a code change proposal, I would be definitely open to seconding a new motion.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna lay out the history of our discussion as best I can. Which is a motion was made to make certain modifications to the exceptions. Dwayne proposed an amendatory motion. The motion died due to a lack of a second. So someone could make an amendatory motion now. The original motion could also be modified by the maker of the motion.
So can I modify the motion just to make it a better way to go?
You're able to do that. I want to hear from Patrick Hanks as well.
I just have a point of order. Do you need to call roll after coming back from a break to make sure that you have a quorum?
You do not need to do that. A motion, according to Robert's rules, a quorum is assumed unless someone asks the question, as you have, whether we have a quorum. So since you have asked that, we will do a roll call.
Okay, Chell Anderson,
I am here.
Craig Holt, Margaret Montgomery,
Unmute. Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Marty Brennan, Kim Barker, Todd Blevins,
Present.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Here.
Eric Bedell,
Here.
Nick Massey,
Present.
Sean Vig,
Here.
Kevin Roberts, Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, Irina Rasputnis, Kevin Dwell, Ian Casey,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Shellis Desaya,
Here. Present.
Larry Andrews,
Here.
Eric Allman,
Present.
Lisa Rosenau,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal, Irina Sisrova,
Present.
Andy Burnham,
Present.
Sloan Ritchie,
Here.
Brett Conway,
Here.
Luke Howard, Liz Reichert,
Here.
Marcus Verda, Kevin Sharop,
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre, and Deepa Shivarjan.
Here.
So we do have quorum.
Great. All right, thanks. So we have the motion in front of us. We've heard from everybody. Do you want to modify your motion?
Yes, I'll modify my motion to be, we accept the IECC change for item number 1. And
Can we just Krista, could you share your screen? I don't see the language in front of us. All right, awesome. Thank you. Go ahead.
So we accept the change from IECC for exception number 1, and we reject all other IECC changes for this section with the intent that we're going to do a code change modification to address all the other, and I'll work on making a code change proposal for those so we can clean those up and address all the issues we discussed today.
Okay, we have a motion amended by the maker of it. Who was the second on that?
I'll second it.
The original seconder is supposed to re-second it, and I'm forgetting who that was. I didn't write it down. But in any event, you have that written down, Krista?
Yeah, Margaret seconded it.
Okay, Margaret, are you up for seconding it, the modification?
I can do that, yes.
And Greg, did I get your motion right? You accept the change to number 1 and reject all the other changes from IECC?
Yes, and you have the numbering off for 4 and 5, so you have to change, but yeah,
That's a weird thing. I might be able to fix it, but I don't think I can.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think this is a great example of working together and coming up with something that is imperfect, but good for the integrated draft.
Greg, can I work on that with you?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Lisa.
If we're ready to move on, I've got another recommendation for section C 405.2.
Sure.
Krista, I sent you an email just a few minutes ago because I kind of just stumbled across this as I was looking for something else this morning. I've noticed that looks like we've got some code section references that need to be corrected. But I want to make sure that it's clear how to correct them. So perhaps tag feedback would be helpful.
I
So
don't
they're
know if you see the font on that, but
yeah, so if they're all interconnected and it all loops back to C 405.2. So can we just walk through these really quick? It won't take very long.
Are these clerical and editorial?
I don't know. There were some comments. So perhaps it's something that the tag could just provide quick feedback on.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go to sections, we'll start with the first item number 1. You go to section C405.2 10.4. This is with regards to parking garage requirements, lighting control requirements for parking garages. Okay, so right now, this section is kind of an orphan because there isn't a C405.210. I believe it belongs where it was before, which is C405.294, because it's a part of the exterior lighting controls, the package of controls requirements. So I think that could stay as 0.94 to reject that change. And then if you C405.211, there are 2 of those now. That should be 10.
This makes sense.
Yeah, and there's some comments about it, and I agree with both Krista and Dwayne in that this may not be applicable to the Washington State Code if we don't. There's some details there that may not be applicable, but this could be something that if that's what's determined, this could be just reserved. But keep C405.211 as is, because that's the interior parking garage lighting control requirement. And then if you scroll back to C405.2, the correction I'm recommending is that the lighting, the first section reference there about interior parking areas should be changed to C405.211, not 9. Per the change we just made. And that for all other lighting systems, it should be C405.21 through C405.210. And then the last detail is down in the occupant sensor control table, where it says covered parking areas and parking garages. That was struck. And so I think that's just a carryover error. And there isn't a C405.214 anymore. I mean, those requirements are now in C405.211. And so I'm proposing that be struck. But that's what I'd like to get feedback from the tag about. And then just while we're sitting here, the section reference for enclosed fire rated stairways, that one should be C405.214. and corridors should be C405-215. Have to look again to see what C405-214 is, but those are my comments.
So the covered parking area, could you explain that again? Because I think we should talk about that. You said the controls are in a are literally spelled out elsewhere, which is why this is not necessary here, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the 2021 code. I thought we picked that up, but perhaps we didn't. But yeah, so this section is with regards to occupancy sensor controls requirements, and those controls requirements are defined in C405 to 11. And it's a whole nother section. And so I believe that was the reason why it was taken out of this section, because this one is specifically talking about the short list of occupancy sensor control functions. We could leave it and point to 11, or we could strike it, either one, because it's clearly standalone.
My preference would be to not strike the whole thing, but just correct the section reference.
That'd be fine.
That seems reasonable, and that way it doesn't look like we're striking out the requirements for parking garages. And it's helpful as well, so.
Yeah, that way it would just work as a pointer.
Yep, I think that's good.
That's fine.
And that comprises all of your comments?
Yes.
Great, okay. I don't know that we need a motion to accept these. At the end, we'll take a motion to accept the whole integrated draft. And none of these are, substantial where I think we need to discuss them for a long time. Anybody have comments on the suggestions Lisa made? Okay. Great. Thank you, Lisa. Let's keep moving on. So we had just started the lighting section. I don't know that the R needs to be struck there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from.
Anyway, that's pretty minor. Greg. Greg, I don't hear you. You might be on mute.
Oh, I might have raised my hand too premature. It's C405.2.2, the time controls, which is right down slightly.
Okay. I like the proactivity.
Yeah, right there. So I think we should keep 3 and 4. Basically what this is where you don't have occupancy sensors, you have to have time controls. There 3 is very important. I mean, when it's security or it's safety, we got to keep that in the code. Number 4, where it's intended continuous operation. When I work on that code change proposal for the lighting controls, I will address maybe rewording 4 so that it's not so open-ended. But I think that's the time to make that change. I think we need to keep it as is. Basically, an example, an air traffic controller, 24/7 staffed area, you don't want them to have occupancy sensors or time control, and they usually keep their lights pretty dim to begin with, but you don't want to have when they're trying to do the planes coming in and out, oh shoot, my lights came off because I was too still at my desk. Oh, I didn't have occupancy sensors for that reason, so now we have to do time controls to have it shut off. I mean, that's one example where these 24/7 staffed operational areas. So I would say that we do not strike 3 and 4, and then we'll come back with the proposal and we'll address it at that time.
Thanks, Greg. Dwayne.
Well, I think that Chris's explanation is correct. That the overall control section already exempts the places where there would be a safety or security problem, and so we don't repeat that for every subsection within that section, because then you get into, like, if you have some other subsection that's not exempting that, is that so? I think that this is exempted by the overall thing for controls, and Krista was right striking those. I know I'd made the comment asking, like, why, the same question, but that's a good answer we got.
So Dwayne, you're suggesting that all three, the 3, 4, and 5 could be struck.
Let's hear from Krista.
Well, this isn't my opinion. This is the code change proposal at ICC and the rationale behind the proposal that struck those 3. And I would defer to the tag. So I would certainly say that, yes, I understand that if you're exempting in the overall requirements lighting for safety and security, that it doesn't need to be repeated. Whether or not you want to retain the intended for continuous operation and leave it kind of vague, and whatever you want to do with the shop and laboratory classrooms, if you want to consider that safety and security, or that seems to be what the rationale was on the original proposal, or if you think it should be retained.
Okay. Dwayne, you have your hand up still? Lisa.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Krista's assessment on this, that these 3 items are picked up further up in more of the charging statement. And I'm not a fan of language that says lighting intended for continuous operation. That seems very subjective, and it kind of puts the onus on the jurisdiction to make the determination of what qualifies as that and what doesn't. So I don't think that language is helpful.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Greg, I don't hear you.
I think we're in agreement that we need to rework the exceptions, but you'll notice that there's still exceptions there. There was nothing, the ICC did not cross out exceptions 1 and 2. And so just more of what I'd recommend for reapproaching it is we leave 3 and 4 for now, because I mean, they still have exceptions, and then I'll work with Dwayne to revamp this section on code change proposals. I think is the most appropriate way. I mean, to strike half of them and not strike the other half exceptions. I mean,
Thanks, Greg. I guess my thoughts are, maybe I misunderstand this, but it says time switch controls, each area of the building that is not provided with occupant sensor controls complying with the prior section should be provided with time switch controls. So that tells me that even if you get an exception for occupant sensor controls, you would still have to comply. Every light fixture would either have to comply with occupant sensor controls, and if it gets an exception for that, it would then need to comply with time switch controls. And that's why we would need certain exceptions in this. I could be wrong about that. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of reading. We got to have it in both places because they're 2 separate items that could do the controlling. So that's why we're stating it in 2 different places, because it's 2 different ways. And so that's why I kind of pick up where Greg's at. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Greg, go ahead.
I'll just make a motion, throw this out there. What if we reject 3 and 4 for now? We accept crossing out exception 5. And the intent is that when we do the code change proposal address lighting controls, we're going to cover and make the changes for occupancy sensors and time switch controls all at the same time, and we'll address it then.
Is that a motion?
That is.
I'm
Okay.
a little confused by your motion, Greg. By rejecting 3 and 4, you mean rejecting the change or
Yeah,
keeping?
rejecting the change. So keeping them for now. And that's just for now, because we don't have alternative language to replace them and not ready to, and since to save time, we don't, I mean, instead of wordsmithing an alternative replacement, because there needs to be some sort of replacement of something, we'll deal with that in the code change proposal. And if other people want to make code change proposals later, that's great. But that will be handled at that time.
Okay, is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there discussion anybody wants to have on this? Okay. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay.
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 Okay, I heard enough nays that we're going to do a roll call vote on this. So let's do a roll call vote. So the motion, just to be clear, is exceptions 3 and 4 here, meaning we would keep those exceptions in the integrated draft. So that's a yay vote is voting for that. If we vote no on this, then we would reconsider the issue.
Are we ready for the roll call?
Ready for roll call. Thank you, Dustin.
Margaret Montgomery,
Aye.
Todd Blevins,
Aye.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Dwayne, we didn't get you?
Oh,
Nay.
not seeing him on the list. Is that a yay for Dwayne?
No,
Nay.
that was a nay.
A nay, sorry. Eric Bedell. Eric, I see him online, but he's muted.
Wow, that was difficult to get the mute button. Abstain for this one.
Abstain, gotcha. Sean Vig,
Yay.
Greg Johnson,
Yay.
Nathan Miller,
Yay.
nope, sorry. Is Irina Rasputinus here? Nope, not online at the moment. Kevin Duell. I thought I saw him just a second ago.
He'll be back at noon.
Okay.
He's got
So
another person there, though.
No,
yeah,
Irina
I'll
should
call the
have a
alternate. Ian Casey,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Nay.
Larry Andrews,
Yay.
Lisa Rosnell,
Nay.
Irina Susarova,
Yay.
Sloan Ritchie.
Nay.
That's a nay.
That's a nay.
Gotcha. Luke Howard,
Yeah. I'll have those guys. I don't have a place to put it all.
Luke Howard. I don't know if I caught your vote
He's
there.
not here. Liz Reichert is his alternate.
Okay, gotcha. Liz Reichert,
Nay.
nay. Kevin Sharap
Nay.
and Deepa Savarajan.
Nay.
All right, the ayes have it 8-7 with 1 abstention.
Okay. I am going to vote no on this, because I heard a lot of discussion on number 4, which was lighting intended for continuous operation. And so the motion does not pass.
Okay.
Is there another motion made on this?
Accept the changes as Krista showed them.
And what was with all
3,
3
5.
struck out, 3, 4, and 5 struck out?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay. And I guess just for number 3, do you feel then that number 3 is addressed elsewhere in the code?
Yes.
Can you tell me where you think it is, or
Where
It's C
where we get
40
that-
405.2, exception 1.
Yeah, C 405.2 is the charging statement, so that would apply to all sections below it. So it's not necessary to repeat it, in my opinion.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to not strike out 3, but strike out 4 and 5? I mean, even if you think it's unnecessary, but it would provide clarity for the moving forward.
No, I would not.
okay, we have a motion on the table. We have a second.
I would like to make an amendment. So amendment to do what I just stated was not strike 3, but strike
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion, an amendatory motion to do what's shown on the screen, which is keep 3, strike 4 and 5. Is there a second for that motion? Is there a
I'll
second? for that
second.
motion? Okay, Larry has a second. Okay. Anybody want to speak? So what we're going to vote on in a second, and then this is going to be a roll call vote, is whether we want to amend the original motion to include keeping exception 3. So a yay vote would amend the original motion to keep exception 3. It's not a vote on the main motion. We'd have to do that later. Okay.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Sure.
This
Yeah.
is just designed to find a compromise so we can pass this and move on. We had a very close vote. And so, I mean, we very likely could be in a situation where we just fail again because we're tied. If we just do this, then possibly the main motion could pass with majority support, and then we move on.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote. And the motion is to amend the original motion to keep exception 3. Roll call, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to start with you, Chill, Anderson.
I don't vote unless the vote would change.
I gotcha. I will skip you until for now.
Sorry, Shell. Lighting. Can you explain this on number 3 on a yay or a nay what this means? I usually abstain from lighting on purpose because I just don't understand it as much.
Yeah, so the Robert's rules meaning of what we're doing is that there's a main motion, and the main motion is to strike exception 3, 4, and 5. This is the mandatory motion that we are voting on. The mandatory motion would change the main motion to keep exception 3.
Okay. Okay.
So the yay vote says the main motion would now include keeping exception 3.
Keeping exception 3. Okay.
So yeah. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor. Let's do a roll call.
Margaret Montgomery,
Nay.
Todd Blevins,
Nay.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Nay.
Eric Bedell,
Yay.
Sean Vig,
Yay.
Greg Johnson,
Yay.
Nathan Miller,
Nay.
Ian Casey,
Yay.
Poppy Storm,
Nay.
Larry Andrews,
Yay.
Lisa Rosenau,
Nay.
Irina Sisorova.
Nay.
Could you repeat that for me?
Nay.
Nay. Sloan Ritchie,
Nay.
Liz Reichardt,
Nay.
Kevin Sharap,
Nay.
and Deepa Sivarajan.
Nay.
That is a fail, 5-11.
Okay, motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to strike 3, 4, and 5. That's the motion that we're about to vote on. Anybody have final thoughts on it? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this. The motion, can we show 3 being stricken on the screen just so that everybody is clear? So main motion, we're gonna vote on it, is to strike 3, 4, and 5. All right, let's do a roll call.
All right. Margaret Montgomery,
Yay.
Todd Blevins,
Yay.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yay.
Eric Bedell,
Nay.
Sean Vig,
Nay.
Greg Johnson,
Nay.
Nathan Miller,
Yay.
Ian Casey,
Nay.
Poppy Storm,
Yay.
Larry Andrews,
Nay.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yay.
Irina Susurova,
Yay.
Sloan Ritchie.
Yay.
Was that a yay or a nay? I didn't quite catch it.
Yay.
Thank you. Liz Reichardt,
Yay.
Kevin Sharap,
Yay.
Deepa Sivarajan.
Yay.
The motion passes 11-5.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 11-5. And we are off to the next piece. Dwayne, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just could we have, as a small procedural change, could we switch to saying yes and no? Just so that those of us with lousy sound systems can understand.
That sounds good. Yes and no would be good. Less maybe Britishy, but better overall for understanding. Okay, moving on. Dwayne, you still have your hand up. Thanks. Lisa.
Yeah, I have a question about the diagrams for daylight zone, side light, daylight zone, and top light.
These are existing diagrams, is that correct?
Yeah, I was
They
lazy.
are.
I didn't go into them and fix some of the wording.
Yeah, they're existing, and there are new diagrams in the IECC, and so the question is, which one should we adopt? And in my opinion, the diagram for the let's see, the plan view, the diagram in the IECC is more descriptive.
It sounds like a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make, I'll go ahead and do it. I'd like to make a motion to, in lieu of the Washington State diagrams, to incorporate the IACC diagrams for plan review, or plan view, and I have to, let me open up the
Section view, it's on the screen.
yeah, there's the section view and the plan view. It's the details are, instead of the 2 feet, it's 0.5 the head height. Those are some other details that are in the IACC language that I think are a little bit more clear.
Okay, we have a
I'll
motion.
second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to adopt the diagrams from the IECC 2024 in lieu of the Washington State Energy Code 2021. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Lisa. And then there was we scrolled past this, but there was a comment on dimming. Is there?
Yeah, I thought that when I saw this, that the lighting, the dimming language that we worked out last time seemed to be more thorough. But I just thought that if now the IECC formatting has moved dimming down here, that we would move it to the same place, but not accept the IECC language. I guess that would be a motion.
Can you clarify your motion? What is it to do?
It would be to not accept the dimming language that's here on the screen from IECC, to use ours instead, but to move ours from its current location of 405.2.4.1 down to where IECC has it. So we're keeping that alignment.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna wait until it's on the screen. I think people understand it. Is there a second for the motion? Call it going once, going twice. Okay, motion dies to lack of a second. Okay. Does anybody else want to suggest anything for this
Well,
section?
I think it might make sense, but I think maybe we didn't get a full chance to really see what the differences were maybe before.
Okay, so maybe I should have waited longer to ask for a second.
Yeah, perhaps just
Okay.
to see.
Krista, can you redo what you just undid? And we'll.
Okay, continuous dimming.
Okay. Go ahead, Margaret.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to ask a question here because Dwayne's comment saying that RC 405.2.4.1 language is better and gets rid of the step dimming provision. But didn't we just move our language to this new location? And it has step dimming in it, so I'm a little confused.
Dwayne?
I wanted to move to delete the language that is the IECC language, and at least what I have, I don't know if things have changed, is that it no longer says lighting reduction control, it says dimming control function, and then it has our language about that we allowed lights to be dimmed from full output to 10% lower. And doesn't have any more reference to step dimming, so I don't know which version where that. There you go. And I don't know why the step dimming, where the step dimming language came back from, but at least in the version that I was reviewing a couple of months ago, there was no more reference to lighting reduction control or step dimming.
So what, yeah, okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I see Dwayne's point because, you know, the IECC language talks about dimming control function. And then the dimming section, C4052511 also defines control function. So we have two sections that define control function and they aren't the same. And so that's a problem. I
So
don't
you're
know.
saying we should have one of them. And Dwayne is suggesting we keep the Washington State Energy Code 2021 version.
Yes.
Except, Dwayne, would you accept as a friendly amendment to strike item 2 in that language and just, you know, take out
Well,
the
yeah, that's what I'm a little confused because I'm operating on a copy that I reviewed months ago, it seems like, or several weeks ago, and there wasn't anything referencing step dimming, so I'm not sure. I think something got scrambled.
And one other question too, Dwayne, when I'm trying to do quick side by side on these two. In the IACC language, it does say dimmed from full output to 10%, but the Washington State language says 15%. So that particular detail in the IACC language would be more stringent.
Yeah, the 10% is fine. What I thought I was suggesting was this language. Well, should I send a screenshot? I'm not sure, since we kind of have some different versions going on at the moment. I'm not sure what to do.
But yes, the fact that there are two sections that define dimming control function and they don't match is an issue.
Yeah, we should resolve that today. By either selecting our old language or the IECC 2024 language.
We can't do a blend.
We could do a blend.
Would
If
it-
we're trying to get done today, I would suggest we.
I just sent you both Chell, you and Krista a screenshot of what at least I had on the copy that I was looking at that I think I'm in favor of.
I see what you sent me. What's purple and what's black.
Um, let's see. Purple is, I think, what you call red in the or what you see as red in your version.
Okay.
And that was what I was suggesting that we have in there in place of that redundant section.
And since this is a graphic and not language, I can't just copy it over, so it would take me a couple of minutes to.
I can try to send you the cutting and pasting with things that are strikeout and underline. Sometimes doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what I see is you are taking the IECC language. It looks like you have the IECC language.
Yeah, this looks exactly like the IECC language.
Yeah. Is that what you want? Is just the IECC language? Because that's.
Well, yeah, it gets rid of the manual switching and gives us a 10%.
Yes, I think that would be to take the IECC language instead of the Washington State Energy Code language.
Yeah, because 405.2.5.1.1 is the Washington State language, right?
Right.
Okay.
So you.
Yeah.
So Dwayne, did you want to move this IECC section down to
Okay, yeah.
2.52511 rather than keeping it up in?
It's so the question now is where the location of it is, because right now that language is right below 2.4, which is dimming controls now, and so it seems like it's a good companion to keep them together, right?
Yeah. So I guess, Dwayne, what I hear you saying is let's keep C4.
Okay.
Keep
Sorry if
the
I've taken on a lot of
IECC language
mistakes.
and then strike out the Washington State Energy Code language.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Is that a motion?
Does it need to be? Yeah, it's motion.
Motion to accept the IECC language and strike out the C405.2.5.111 dimming Washington State in language. Sounds reasonable. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Lisa. Either of you want to speak?
I have a friendly amendment though. Hopefully friendly.
Go for it.
The one line that we are striking from the Washington State language that's not in the IECC is while maintaining uniform illumination in the space. A lot of work went into that language. So I think it'd be good to squeeze that in there somehow.
If you scroll down, Krista, it's in the Washington State Code language. It's like a page down.
Mhm.
It is in the first section, as while maintaining uniform illumination in the space through one of the following methods.
Yeah. Perhaps where that we could put that is, I'm just reading the paragraph. I don't know if it's gonna lay out well, but it says manual controls shall be configured to provide dimming controls that allow lights to be dimmed from full output to 10% of full power or lower. And then insert there. Oh, I'm sorry, with continuous dimming while maintaining uniform illumination. You could just stick it in there and then now we got it.
Is that friendly, Dwayne?
That is a very friendly amendment.
Okay, and I'll assume Lisa says the second also supports it. Okay, further discussion on this modification. The motion is to accept the IECC language with the insertion of a phrase from Washington State. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Say
Aye.
yes.
Yes.
Any
Yes.
opposed, say no. Okay, all right, motion passes. Thank you. Let's move on. Lisa, you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a quick comment question. So the motion that we passed earlier, which was to adopt the new diagrams, the only comment I wanted to add to that is that there is one diagram in Washington State that doesn't exist, I think, over in the IECC, and that was the diagram for Claire's
Okay.
story, I think. I just wanted to make sure that that is maintained.
Okay, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think we have to vote on that. It's just a matter of, we're just pulling in the IECC diagrams, but any diagrams that are unique to Washington State, those remain.
Okay,
Makes sense.
I'll figure it out.
Cool.
Great thing.
All right. We're gonna take a break in about 10 minutes or so. So let's keep going, see if we can we have a lot of chapter 5 stuff and we have the C411 as well. So I want to make sure that we're making good speed through this. Okay, we're to the LP DLPA tables. And Dwayne, I know you had some thoughts on this.
We didn't settle this last week.
Did we settle this last week? 2 weeks ago?
I think we had a long discussion, and as I remember, or maybe it's just my wishful thinking, that we're not going to look at this individually, but the overall lighting, when we'd studied it last year, when area weighted ended up being 6% better than current Washington State code. And so I was suggesting that we take the entire Washington State, the entire IECC table as it is, which has been much better refined. And then there be proposals, code change proposals we can make potentially to alter that overall level. But to take advantage of the research that's been done to get more appropriate lighting levels for each space, especially smaller spaces.
So I believe we talked about it in terms of HVAC earlier, but we hadn't talked about this in terms of lighting. But I think your reasoning is a good reasoning. I would agree with that.
And I did go with ASHRAE 90.1 values. There were some small differences here and there between IECC and ASHRAE, and I'm not sure why there were differences. I've noted the ones where there were differences.
Yeah, so some of these are getting more generous, I guess. But in general, they're going to be a little bit more stringent.
Yeah, it's more obvious if you go away from the building type, the whole building model, and into these individual ones. You'll see there are 20 spaces, mostly smaller spaces, that got a higher lighting level in this current round. I think because they found that, as we probably all know, that a small room, it's hard to optimize your lighting level, and yet the larger spaces typically had reduced lighting power levels, and so in an area weighted average, it came up to a 6% improvement overall.
Okay. Did we end up, I'm forgetting, sorry, did we end up making a motion and accepting this set of tables last time?
Not for lighting.
No, you just directed me to put all the numbers in so you could take a look at them at the next meeting. So
okay. Thanks, Krista. Larry.
I got a question. You used to be the black ones were ours, and the red ones were the new ones. So when we got one red strike and one red underline, what's that supposed to tell us?
The red strike is the old or the current Washington State one, and the red underline is the IECC 2024.
Okay, thanks.
So when you strike something out, it turns it red.
Well, how come we did that on the black prior to? We didn't have a problem with it. I don't know.
Yeah. It's Microsoft Word.
So to move us along, Shell, how about I just motion that we accept all the changes Krista has made from the ASHRAE 90.1 using the logic that Dwayne just stated.
That would be the opposite of what I just stated.
But what didn't you want to accept all the changes because it's 6% better?
I want to just take the IECC language straight and not. I think in this case we just went with the more stringent of the two. Is that right, Krista?
no, this is straight out of ASHRAE 90.1, all the values.
Oh, okay.
Some are better and some are worse.
Yeah.
No, if it's the IECC or the ASHRAE values, I'm good. Yes, thank you.
So for instance, I heard the motion being made, but I just wanted to scroll up and point out, because there's some question of what's stricken and not, that some of these are like automotive facility 0.64 to 0.73. So that's getting less strict. Some of these are getting, dormitory 0.46 to 0.52. So a lot of these are getting less stringent. And I guess if we feel as a tag that on average, they're all getting more stringent and it is an energy savings, then it would be permissible for us to accept all the IECC language in the integrated draft. But I just want to be clear that some of these are getting worse and some are getting better.
And for the whole building type, this a lot of them look like they're going up, but they were more carefully aligned with what's in the space by space table, so that they should be equivalent now, whereas it used to be they were much more lenient.
Okay, so Dwayne, okay, Greg, you were making a motion. I just wanted to clarify some things as you made your motion. So go for it.
Motion was just to accept the changes under the thought that yes, some items are gonna get worse, some will get better, but it's overall 6%. So accept that. So we're in alignment with model codes.
Okay, so the motion is to accept all the IECC changes that are on the screen, both in the prior table, in the building method, and then also in the space by space method. Is there a second?
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Lisa.
There's one detail, might be a friendly amendment. So there is an allowance. It is not being changed for guest room. It's 0.41. However, if you look at section C40541, total connected interior lighting power, there is a new item in the list that where it states that you don't have to include the connected lighting power for these particular spaces. And one of them is for lighting in sleeping units and dwelling units. And so I'm not sure, with that exception, does the guest room allowance still apply? You see guest room is 0.41.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, it's Mike Rosenberg from PNNL. Michael Meyer from PNNL developed these both for IECC at 90.1. I think he had some input on the last version of Washington State Energy Code as well. He's not available right now, but if you guys want, we could get him to come to the next TAG meeting and explain any of the details of these.
Thanks, Mike. If we have another TAG meeting, I'll be a little bit sad because hopefully we can finish it all up today and get the integrated draft out and then accept code proposals. And so our next meeting would be in, I don't know, February or so of next year or March. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second for the motion. Lisa, was there a resolution that you were suggesting?
Well, I guess, well, I don't know if the representative for lighting designers is in the meeting today. But it does appear this is a conflict. Yeah, it does appear there's a conflict here because, you know, there isn't a definition for guest room. So I'm just wondering if, you know, if there's, with their allowance being in the table for a guest room, but then it says, you know, you don't have to count lighting and sleeping and dwelling units. Is that an overlap or can we leave it?
Could I suggest that maybe we leave it for now and then do a code change proposal, since it's not really a red line item and we can move on to hit Shell's schedule?
Sure, add that to the list because I think that, well, we're going to get questions about it.
And I'm going to be a little nitpicky here on the motion. The values that I took were not from the IECC. They were from ASHRAE 90.1, and there are a few differences.
So is guest room?
I think guest room was in both.
It was in both. Okay.
But like the otherwise value, IECC kept their original 0.33 while ASHRAE went down to 0.23.
Okay, so the new numbers here are ASHRAE 90.1 numbers, correct?
And yeah, this one was nitpicky performance art, the 1.10 where ICC had 1.09. And I'm not sure why those tiny little differences were in effect. I didn't go through to see if there was an errata or addendum for ASHRAE, but that I would think that would have happened after the adoption at ICC. So I don't know.
Okay.
Krista, I was going to let you know, I just checked the IECC language and the, where, you know, including lighting and sleeping units and dwelling units, that is an IECC amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the IECC table, guest rooms is not in that table anymore.
Okay, so is the tag consensus then to strike that line?
Yeah,
The guest room line.
right.
I'm
Sure,
fine
that
with
could be-
that.
Yep, could be part of the motion. And I guess just to Krista's point, let's clarify the motion. The motion is to accept the numbers as we see on the screen and the strikeout. And they are ASHRAE numbers, not IECC numbers. That's the motion as I understand it. Is that right, Greg?
That is correct. It would be nice to have Michael from PNL weigh in on his thoughts on that approach, since they did the modeling of the numbers.
Yep, I think a code proposal I'm sure will accept at least one code proposal to modify these numbers. So Michael can weigh in at that time. That sound good? Because he's not available today. Nathan.
Just so I'm clear, we keep talking about there was an analysis performed. Overall, it came out 6% better. Was the analysis of the ASHRAE 90.1 values or of the IECC values? Do we know?
I think the differences are very slight. So I don't remember.
Yeah, there's only like I think 3 of them where the values are different. And they're in the hundreds.
I'm going to add one more comment that supports striking the guest room allowance under section C405-421 building area method and C405-422 space by space method. The IECC added language specifically stating that sleeping units and dwelling units are excluded from lighting power allowance calculations. So that again supports striking that allowance.
Okay.
Where is it in the space by space? Is it in the space by space?
Sorry. It's in the space by space table. Guest rooms.
We got this one. Was there a secondary reference someplace?
Okay, just a minute ago, what we had on the screen.
Yeah, it is.
It disappeared. Well, there it is. Oh yeah, you struck it already. There you go. Yeah, you already struck it.
Hey, Nathan, you have your hand up. Okay. All right. We have a motion to accept the numbers in these tables as modified. We've had some discussion on it. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. That means we're on lunch break. We will be back at 12:25. If we can get done with everything today, we will not need to meet again. I think we'll have challenges meeting again due to schedules. So ideally we get through C411 and chapter 5 in the next hour and a half when we get back. So we'll be back at 12:25. See you then. All right, welcome back. We're gonna have an hour and a half left. I'm guessing we'll have to extend the meeting to get through everything today, but I think we can. So let's keep going.
Okay, this is the next section with changes. And that's just another exception.
I was curious, is that redundant? It says they're excluded and then it says they're not included. Oh,
Let's focus on substantial things.
okay, fair enough.
Hey. Moby. Moby.
Don't see any hands raised. Probably keep going.
And this was part of PNNL's proposal last time on the reduction, just noting that the IECC and ASHRAE both have higher values for these zones.
Quite a bit higher.
But that has to be a code change proposal because it's not a red line, right?
Correct. Yeah, and it would be getting worse in a specific area, less stringent. So code change proposals can make things worse. I mean, can reduce energy efficiency.
Oh, I got something there for the data centers and computer rooms. So for the exception for the AC outlet UPS that utilizes standardized NEMA 1-15 or NEMA 5-15, wondering how you plan to enforce this because rack mount UPSs, I mean that an owner plugs into an outlet in a building. I mean, is that outside the building codes? I mean, that's just like plugging in an appliance. Like you can't tell people that they can't plug in a computer or a laptop in an outlet. I mean, that's module. Like, if you're talking about a permanently installed UPS, that'd be different. But I mean, they can't. There's no way to regulate. So I would say that the exception, and really, you're just excluding a whole bunch of UPSs because they limited that exception to only 2 UPSs. But there's NEMA 5-15s, 5-20s, 5-30s, 6-15s. 6-20, 6-30s, 14-15s, 14-20s, and 14-30s, and then some California style plugs. And all that long list I listed are very commonly ones that I've specified personally myself. And when I say I mean, and they're all user plugged in, not permanently installed after the fact. So what I would suggest with that language is the exception should just be any module plug-in UPS, because that's really outside the scope of the codes.
This is specifically in computer rooms that with the definition is whose primary function is to house equipment for the processing and storage of electronic data, and that has a total IT equipment and equipment power density of less than or equal to 20 watts per square foot of conditioned floor IO.
So that where they say the exception, I mean, it's worthwhile to say that for clarity, but whether they say that exception or not, it doesn't matter. This code doesn't have jurisdiction there. But I would rephrase that exception to say AC powered UPSs that use module plugs. So modularly plugged in UPSs. And that's probably the better way to phrase that instead of specifying two specific NEMA plug types.
Are these like somehow more energy efficient plug types or anything, or is there?
No, it's just the size of the UPS. So I mean, the plug type, the first number is tells you how many wires and the voltage, and the second number is the amperage of it. And so it's just different sizes. I mean, you're talking about they only list really small UPSs, but it doesn't matter if it's small in size. I mean, we're talking about UPSs that people pick up and carry, like, and so I mean, these are not permanently mounted items. So it should just say that uses standardized module plugs. And then and so yeah, just standardized plugs and just keep that simple. And that exception is really just providing clarity because it really doesn't have jurisdiction over that area no matter what. Well, you can leave the NEMA, the WD6, because that's listing the plug type, where the plugs are found.
Dwayne.
I kind of want to leave this language in for now because I'd want to go and find who the author of this was at IECC and also to talk to the 90.4 people and get some more expert input about why this thing came about, because obviously this got voted on by the subcommittee and the committee and at IECC. So I just want to know what was the logic behind that before we just strike it out.
Is that fair, Greg, or are you?
Well, they don't have a jurisdiction over this, and so I mean, to specify something you don't have jurisdiction over is kind of ridiculous. I mean, if you wanted to, and basically, if you how you read this, they're trying to limit it. This is going to create confusion because they don't. You have building plans that go through. They don't list the equipment. When inspector comes after the fact, if they're trying to install the, people just bring in equipment, the inspector would say, "Oh, you didn't comply," and you're like, "It's not jurisdiction." It creates a whole mess. I mean, it's. And I'm extremely familiar with this stuff because I've specified and worked with all these things left and right. So, I mean, while I have no idea why they tried to write in two small size UPSs, and I have no knowledge of how the IECC chose their and where the code change proposal was, but reading it just looks ridiculous to me.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion, Greg?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to put the language highlighted in yellow.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this?
Yeah, I was just going to note this seems like a code change proposal.
It kind of does, right on the edge.
If you want to go through the effort of code change proposal and discussing it again, then I'm happy to do that. But for efficiency, we could just do it, but whatever you guys prefer.
Well, the motion stands, so.
Um, yeah, I guess I don't have enough knowledge to know whether this is a code change proposal or not. I mean, it seems like it's in line with something, but not in line with other things. Guess out of an abundance of caution, we could just accept a code change proposal for this later and leave it the way it is now. And that would allow Dwayne time to do his research on why IECC would have done this thing. That might be the best path forward. I guess I'd recommend that path forward. But we have a motion and we will, guess we can vote on it. All in favor of the motion, which is to strike out the language and include the language you see on the screen, say aye.
Yes.
Aye. Yes. Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay. I heard more no's than yeses. We can do a roll call vote unless the maker of the motion would like to withdraw it.
Might as well go through the roll call and then we'll.
Okay, we'll roll call.
All right. Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Todd Blevins,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Big,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Ian Casey,
Oh, I'm back online. This is Kevin, so I'm the primary.
Kevin,
I'm
Kevin.
Abstain.
Abstain, Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews, Larry, are you on here with us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, gotcha.
I gotta find the darn thing.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Cicerova,
Abstain.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Liz Reichart,
No.
Kevin Sharap,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan. Are they on? Deepa Sivarajan, are you there with us? I see him online, but he's not unmuting. Or they are not unmuting, I'm sorry. All right, without getting that vote, the motion fails 4-7 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails.
I'm-
Oh,
I'm
Deepa,
sorry,
did you have a vote to cast?
Yes, sorry, my computer died. I'm a no.
Okay, gotcha. So 4-8 with 4 abstentions.
Okay. I'm
So I'll write a code change proposal for that. One thing I'll just note, if you guys want for the record, WAC section 296-46B-925 number 10. And this is code that's underneath the jurisdiction of labor and industries. And that's what specifically references, it's talking about when you need an electrical license to actually install equipment or not. And in there, they talk about molded plug and cord, and that's where it's actually discussed. So, and that's where, so just to let you know, that's where that falls under the WAC codes and the jurisdiction.
okay. Thanks, Greg. And I'll note that on code proposals we're waiting for. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Okay, C406, we really don't have much other than renumbering of a few things. C407, there's not a whole lot either. That gets us to C408 commissioning, and then I think there's not much there. C409 has a bunch of stuff. So
This is Lisa. I have a comment about C408.
sure.
I just sent you an email. Sorry.
Is it based on IECC changes?
Technically, it's not, but my question is if we know that there is two sections that state the same requirement, can the tag take care of that today? It would be a pretty quick fix.
Let's make it quick.
Yep. Okay, so under section C408.1, exception 1. Okay, exception 1 provides thresholds when commissioning is not required for mechanical systems, and exception 3 does the same when commissioning is not required for lighting control systems. This was a part of the language that was adopted on, or this was a change that was made obviously in 2021. If you scroll down to section C408.2,
Is Krista not sharing the screen, or am I not?
Yeah, Chris is sharing the screen.
Okay.
okay, in section C408.2, there is an exception to that section. It basically provides the same exception, says that it doesn't apply. However, the thresholds are different. And the same problem occurs in C408.4. If you scroll to that. Same thing, there's an exception there. It sets thresholds when commissioning is not required for lighting, and the thresholds are different. Since the exception in C408.1 takes precedent, because it's like the charging provision, these exceptions technically would not apply. And so can the tag strike that language today? Or do we need to make a code change proposal for that?
Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm going to suggest that's a code change proposal.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
Dwayne?
Well, I kind of like this, but my thought is that those are more useful in the position at each section so that people who only do lighting or only do HVAC often don't look at those general sections. So it's more useful where it.
Yeah,
where it landed.
but the numbers should be aligned.
But well, I was thinking the more stringent numbers should be moved down there, but the more useful place for practitioners would be in the specific subsection.
Yeah, I think striking them, I think updating the numbers would be better than striking. Okay.
And that would be fine too, if we can't, if it's best to just make that a code change proposal. The code change proposal could be, well, let's move them around in a better spot. But right now we've got this conflict.
So did somebody volunteer to do that code change proposal?
I guess.
Or somebody, or we can point back to the main section, refer back to the main section, this exception.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. Just basically, just point back to section C408.1.
So that they can read it.
Yep, that sounds good. All right, so Lisa, that's you?
Well, can I make a motion to do that, or do I make a code change proposal?
You make a code change proposal.
Fair enough.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Lisa. That's great. I will write that on my list of code change proposals. Okay, C409. Greg.
Oh, there's a lot in this section. So one, I guess first thing, we, in the red line edition, the non-intrusive load monitoring system, basically for everyone, that's kind of like a sense, but they have commercial grade ones. Those that method of load monitoring is not even close to being 2% accurate. So they ask for an accuracy of 2% for all metering, or you can use non-intrusive load monitoring that doesn't remotely meet the accuracy. So I would suggest that if we're going to require, if we want metering, I mean, we got to rectify that. We either got to delete the non-intrusive load monitoring, or if we're going to allow it, then we're going to have to get less accuracy. The other question going forward is, the way I interpret reading this whole section is the customer has to have customer-owned load monitoring and meters on their system. What if the utility has it? Because I can tell you that a lot of utilities have advanced metering infrastructure that includes has metering that might even be sometimes greater quality than this. But does the customer have to install another redundant meter just to meet this requirement?
So Greg, would that be installed on site, or is that off-site somewhere in a utility?
Located on site. So it's right where the electric utility meter is. So built,
Okay, so
which is on.
So if it was installed at inspection time, I imagine that would be adequate. Are you imagining a different circumstance?
Well, so I mean, this is well, it's installed during midway through the process. Usually they get temporary power first while they're doing construction. At some point they pull on the full service. And then there's different ways that you can interface with that. Sometimes the interface is, you have to, like, the customer doesn't have direct access to it. They have to log on to their utility account. Sometimes you can actually KYZ meter and you get a pulse signal out from the meter. And so, and you can get that reading from the utility right on site. And so the customer owned equipment can just kind of get a signal from the utility meter on site to get the readings.
So if the inspector could see something on site to comply with this section, and you could see something on a permit drawing, then it seems like it would be fine as is. But if you were saying something would be not installed at the time of inspection or permit, I mean, not installed at inspection, I guess that would be a problem. So I'm trying to see what's the problem.
Well, maybe the deal of defining the utility meter is probably a code change proposal because it's not addressed here. But the non-intrusive load monitoring, I guess that's a better question. Do we really want to allow that here? Because that's knowing that it's not going to be as accurate.
That's a good question. Larry.
My question is, I want to back up a little bit. That C409.1, we're sure dropping the size of the building down to 10,000 square feet to require all this. I mean, to me, that seems a little ridiculous. I mean, there's a lot of buildings that are 10,000 square foot. Do we really need to monitor what's going on in these buildings? I mean, my building's right at about 10,000 square feet. And I can't imagine what I'd do with the data anyway. I mean, it seems a little ridiculous. I mean, 25,000, yeah, but 10,000 square feet, not less than 10,000. I mean, that seems awful low. I mean, what are we going to do with all this data?
our task today is to figure out the most stringent requirements for the code and put those into the integrated draft, and then code proposals can come later and change these things. So our task today is to figure out the more stringent of the numbers, and 10,000 is more stringent than 25,000. So it seems like clearly we would have to do that unless Washington law or federal law or somebody prohibits us from doing that. So back to Greg's question, which seemed to be about, go ahead, Dwayne.
If the concern is the accuracy of those non-intrusive load monitoring things, I think I'm good with that, because less expensive technology perhaps, and this is just for the owner's benefit, not for billing, so that you can see anomalies coming up in your system. And so I think if something is off by 5% or something like that, but you'd still be able to tell if the lights in the parking garage were on all weekend, looking at this data. So I think that is fine to stay.
Stay at 5%, you're saying?
Whatever, you don't have to put a percentage on, but just that these that it doesn't have to be utility quality metering.
So I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay if we want to leave intrusive, non-intrusive. So I'm not arguing against it per se. I'm just highlighting an inconsistency. And as I read this right now, even if we left it in, you can't use it because it doesn't meet the 2% accuracy. So,
yeah, so what I hear Dwayne saying is 5% might be fine with him.
Oh, 5%. Yeah, if we want to change back, you mean not do the 2%, just do the 5%?
Well, no, that would have to. What I was just saying was that I'm not that worried about the accuracy of it. But you're right. If somebody has one of these packages that does hit the 2% level, then they can use it. That's what we're saying here.
Oh, and non-intrusive load monitoring that hit 2%, and they could use it. Okay, Poppy.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where things are landing here, but it seems like to me that we keep these here, but we understand that there are some issues and we have code proposals. So I think these are both in the category of code proposals. I am not as familiar with non-intrusive load monitoring for commercial buildings, but in residential buildings, I know that it is not very accurate, and sometimes it's not even distinguishing correctly between the type of loads. So, but that is not something that I would make a decision based on now to actually remove it, but I think it is something that we want to discuss in the future, and I do recommend that we have a code proposal for it, but maybe we can just move on and leave this as is for now.
That sounds good. Larry, go ahead.
So we had somebody that just said we could go to 5% because the metering here ain't 2%. So how's that? I mean, we're supposed to mow the most restricted. So if we're going 2%, we better figure a different way to monitor it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think right now what I'm hearing is let's keep the language as IECC is suggesting it, and then we'll accept a code proposal to change something about it. Greg, go ahead.
I will agree with what Poppy just said, is probably code change proposal and worth keeping. Just to answer your question, commercial systems are the same as your as residential in accuracy. So what you've observed there is the same. Now moving on to the next point in this section. So on C409.4.2, electric energy data, they list the time period. It should have peak time of day monitoring periods. Existing language is listed 10-minute interval, where the new thing says the same time period. I would think that we really actually need to readjust, and this might be a code change proposal, but the National Electric Code requires 15-minute intervals for when you're doing load calculations. If you're doing utility grade energy imbalance markets, they use 5-minute intervals. And also, and so, I mean, these are things that we need to really rectify and fix, but maybe a
Okay.
code change.
That sounds like a code change proposal. What I see is 10 minutes is for energy consumption and the other ones are for peak.
But it's not picking I mean, we need to rectify. It's better if we actually have things aligned so that way the different codes and the different uses all match up, so you're not choosing different intervals for different things.
Okay, I hear you volunteering to.
Yeah, I'll rewrite that one.
Okay, thanks, Greg. All right. 49.4.3 and beyond. So Krista, you're saying in your note that we could either include this new table or reference C4 9.3.
Yeah, we have slightly different, excuse me, categories in C4 9.3 as our required metering the energy use, service water, lighting, electric vehicle, plug loads, process loads, etc. And here they have a more simplified version of that.
Is there one that's clearly more comprehensive or stringent? Larry.
So now each of these pieces of rooftop equipment are going to have its own meter and then report to somebody. Is that what we're saying here?
No.
It says in use non-electrical submetering categories.
The category says total HVAC system, right?
So if I've got 10 rooftops, we're going to have to meter those 10 rooftops separate from the boilers that are down below. And then we're going to have a separate meter on the boilers. And then if we have processing equipment, we're going to have to meter that now too. Is that what we're trying to do here now?
Well, it's the total HVAC system. If you can feed that all from one place, that just needs one single meter. Everything, rooftops, fans, chillers, boilers, everything. Process loads is a separate one.
So let's think about this. You got a 460 volt unit.
We're already there. We already require this.
You've got a 460 volt unit, and then you've got 120 volt exhaust fans, and it's all part of the HVAC. So you have two separate panels here. So that means two separate systems to monitor this then? So
Larry, to answer your question, that section you just pulled up is non-electrical energy usage, to clarify. So, which will probably give you a bigger heart attack. Electrical energy, usually how you design it usually is you have different branches and you co-locate an HVAC panel and you have a processing panel, and so you just have different panels dedicated, so you just measure the whole thing. And it's actually not too bad if you plan on a new facility. Existing facilities, it can be a challenge. But what's going to give you the heart attack, this is non-electrical, so they're saying they want to measure the gas, the natural gas on the piping. So that means you're going to have separate manifolds for the gas for each system, and you're going to have separate gas. After you get your main gas service in the building, you're going to split out and have a gas meter on each one of these segregated. So you might have redundant gas pipes through your facility because you have process loads sitting next to the HVAC system, and you can't use the same trunk and branch.
So now we're gonna, I mean, does that mean, does it all have to be electronic, or are we just talking like standalone gas meters that a guy goes by and record them every once in a while? I mean,
They have to
I mean,
report.
do they all have to come back to a central system and then be recorded? I mean, this is just getting ridiculous.
What
Okay.
the next section talks about. They have to digitally report.
Dwayne, go ahead.
So IECC split this into two things. One, electrical energy end uses and non-electrical, and had different requirements for them. Whereas what we already have is that we have the same requirements for, if you scroll back up to 409.4.3, then what our current system is that electrical and non-electrical are already required to have that end use submetering, and there isn't any need for a separate chart and rules for non-electrical in the Washington State Code, because we already have the same and have had for quite a while the same requirements applying to electric, gas, and steam.
So Dwayne, are you suggesting we don't need the IECC language because we already have everything?
Right. I think
covered?
that table is not applicable for us. We don't need a separate non-residential submetering because we have the same requirements for both already, and maintain that. We want to maintain that stringency.
Okay, so are you saying we don't need any of the IECC language in red on the screen?
If that all refers to non-electrical, then we already have requirements for data collection and display systems.
So C49 through 4.4, we probably need renewable energy, I assume, is electrical.
I think that we already had a category for renewable, didn't we?
Okay.
I thought, I'm not seeing it right here.
I didn't see one.
Okay, so we could add the I think we didn't put one for
up here.
We did not. Oh yeah, okay, there we are.
So you're suggesting that, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need to put that in the end uses, but I don't see any use for any of that non-electrical submetering language.
Okay. And then the very last one was graphical energy report, which
I think we already require a data collection and display system.
Okay, is that a motion?
That is a motion to strike all that stuff.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second for the motion? And then we'll get to discussing it.
I'll second to get rid of it all.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All right, Eric, go ahead.
Hey, this is going to be quick for me. I just transfer all my voting to Nick Massey at this moment. I got to jump off this phone call. So Nick's the GC representative for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Thanks.
Larry.
My question to you, Dwayne. So if we have a facility with our present, because it ain't happening, okay, with our present where we have gas for HVAC, we got gas for domestic hot water, and we got gas that's being used for processing. So does that mean we have to have 3 different meters as it is now, Dwayne, or are we capable of just metering off of what we have?
No, those would need separate meters if each one of them is above the threshold for that category. So if it's just a trivial amount of domestic water, then that would not need a separate flow meter. No.
So where's all these categories at now, Dwayne, for the sizes, all
Okay,
this starts
just to
kicking
keep
in?
us on task
Yeah.
here.
That's a good question for some other day.
Yep, we already have these, so we're going to use the code that we already have that's in force right now. So it's already in there. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. One question. In the table, there's an exception for water heating with capacity less than 10%, yada, yada. Is that in the Washington base code? And if it's not, then I don't have a problem deleting it. I was just curious because it would actually be less stringent if it's kept.
We have a thresholds for those things that are based on the energy use of the system, not on a percentage. And I really like that better because a designer would have a hell of a time figuring out what percentage your total load something is.
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion. Anybody else? Larry, you have your hand up still.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. The motion is to not accept the IECC 2024 language for these sections that we see on the screen stricken. All in favor say aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you for getting us through that. Dwayne, let's move on.
Hey, we just made the code a half a page shorter.
Ooh. Evan's happy about that. Party streamers. Okay, 411 on-site renewable energy systems.
So I have something here, renewable. So I am going to try to advocate for making it even more stringent than it's on the page. So we need to talk about battery storage. If you have solar on your building and you don't have battery storage, you're not reducing carbon emissions, you're not improving site energy, because what you're doing is you're producing electricity in the middle of the day when we don't need it, and then you're consuming it on the peak demand, and then and then when the solar is not working during peak demand period, you're actually drawing it. And I would advocate state of California, and this is not through their building codes, this is through their utility commission, but state of California requires that you have battery storage in order to participate in net metering of your solar. And so I don't know where this is going to fall as a code change proposal possibly, but I mean, just putting in on-site renewable generation and asking for more doesn't move the needle. It makes the problem worse as opposed to adding battery storage to it.
Okay, Greg, I have, we could discuss this for hours. There's a lot of technical topics here. We can do one of two things. We can either accept red language on the screen or accept what we had or make some minor modification of the two. Is what you're proposing any of those things?
Oh, it's probably, I mean, I guess for time's sake, I guess I can make a code change proposal.
That sounds good. Yeah, requiring battery storage, if it's not in the IECC 2024 or the Washington State Energy Code 2021, we just can't do it today. It'd be a whole new topic if it's not in either of those. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
cool.
That makes sense. I mean, I guess this code change. Is there anyone else who's interested? To look at the battery storage with it, or is that something that is that worth?
I think that's a great code change proposal. There's also a section in the commercial code for grid response or demand response, and that might be a good thing to put in there as well. Anybody want to help Greg with writing requirements for batteries or something like that?
Greg, I'd like to take part in that if you have that discussion. This is Nathan Miller.
Okay.
Yeah, I can volunteer our primary Marcus Berta
Anybody else can email Greg Johnson because it should be on your invite for your tag meeting. So go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Kevin Chair representing the solar industry. So last name's pronounced just like a chair and up. Looking at C411.1, the new IECC language is more stringent at 0.7 watts per square foot, but limits at the 3 largest floors. So low rise, the IECC is more stringent. Once you get into multiple floors over 4, our state code is more stringent. I do think the IECC is a good compromise. However, coordinating square footage in taller buildings can be a real challenge with solar. Trying to coordinate with fall protection, roof deck, screen roofs, all those things. So I would motion to accept the IECC language for 411.1.
Including exceptions?
No, I got an issue with exception 1.
Okay, so it would be to accept the body of the C411.1. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Kevin Duell.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, and we'll handle the exceptions in a minute, but I don't see any more hands up. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, so we have C411.1 body. Kevin, you have the floor to talk about exceptions.
Okay, exception 1, the 2021 state code is more stringent or more comprehensive, I think would be the right word. BTUs, kilobTUs, that's a unit of heat. It's not an industry standard unit for electrical generation. I ran the calculations on kilowatt hours per meter squared. Meter squared is 10.76 square feet. That's about half a solar panel. And I'm seeing Phoenix, Arizona is producing 1.33 kilowatt hours per meter squared. Spokane, Washington's 0.96. Seattle is 0.82. So I see those units are relevant. I'd be real curious who drafted that and how they're running those calcs.
So you're.
So I would motion.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I would motion to keep the 2021 language for exception 1.
I second that motion.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kevin and Greg. Larry.
My question, that one that you quoted, is that on the sunny day, or is that like right now where it's cloudy, or is that an average of the year, Kevin, for Spokane?
Yeah, great question. Great question, Larry. That is an average of the year with a solar panel tilted towards latitude.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. The motion is to use the existing Washington State Energy Code 2021 language for exception 1.
Can I add a little more to what Kevin said? Because I had on that second. So also the new language about an unshaded flat panel collector, that doesn't quite capture and describe accurately the situation we've already properly did in our prior language, where the shading of the roof. And so there are situations where you have the roof areas either fully or partially shaded that I don't think the roof collector language. So that's more reason to stick with the existing language that we had.
Okay, I hear we're probably going to get to a consensus on this. So if anyone has any opposing language, I'd like to hear that. Otherwise, I think we'll vote on it.
But I have opposing language.
Okay, Dwayne, go.
That should not be a replacement for our existing exception 1. The existing exception 1 is about shading because you've got giant trees or buildings or something next to your new building. This is just that language about the unshaded flat plate collector oriented toward the equator and all that is standard language to determine the amount of daily sun that part of the world gets, or the annual amount of sun that it gets. And so they're using the same, the kBTU per square foot per day is the language that's used in that
reference for what the total amount of shading is. So I think there are a few places in Washington State that fall below that, and they would not be required to do the on-site renewable because they're just
And so Dwayne, you're against the motion to use the current Washington State language?
I want to use the Washington State language, and separately that other language is a different requirement that was added by it wasn't a substitute for our exception one. So I want to make that
a different exception.
Number 2.
A different exception.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan.
I just wanted to note that, I mean, NREL produces some nice maps where you can look up the solar resource, and I'm seeing large swaths of Washington State above that 3.5 kWh per meter squared per day. Other parts might be below. I don't have the level of detail to look into it right now, but it does seem like it might not be that illogical of a number that was being suggested earlier. Anyway.
Okay, and just to be clear, Dwayne did not make a motion to amend the other motion, so
okay.
Would it be friendly? What about a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment would be fine.
Friendly amendment would be to keep both and not strike out exception number 1.
Yep. Is that friendly?
It's friendly to the second. I don't know, Kevin, you have to unmute.
You consider that friendly, Kevin?
So yeah, I'm familiar with the NREL charts as well, and I have run the math. I don't think it's accurate. In Seattle, we're not going to get 3.5 kilowatt hours per meter squared. So if we're going to keep that, then I guess the logic for me would be that it's referencing the chart, not the unit. Because I think that the unit is off.
The chart, and by you mean the NRL chart?
Yeah, that Nate was referencing. I'm familiar with those charts too. That's what I got that saved in the same file.
But I mean, to what you're saying, if someone could run the numbers and show they're below 3.5, then everybody in Seattle or whatever, or in the Seattle area could then show the permit official, building official that, in fact, they don't need to do this. So that would move the code backwards. Is that kind of what you're saying, Kevin?
Exactly, in the entire state.
That would seem to move us backwards.
I guess I'm confused. Well, sorry, my hand's not up.
Okay, I feel like this is something that could attract a code change proposal later, and I'd like to get through it. There's a bunch of people that have to speak. So Kevin did not accept that as a friendly amendment. So right now, the motion on the floor is to only have exception 1 as it was in the Washington State Energy Code. That's what's the motion on the floor. So I'd like to hear people speak for or against it quickly. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I would like to keep the Washington State amendment that's already there. Somebody has me spooked. I thought that it was only some places out in the Olympic Peninsula that that didn't qualify for that amount of annual insulation to the building.
Okay, so the motion on the floor right now is to use the existing Washington State Energy Code language and not have the WSEC-C language in that exception. So it would be what is currently exception 2 would not exist. Exception 1 would be the stricken any building where more than 50% of the roof area. Okay, yeah, that is there. Okay, and then exception 2 would not be accepted. That's the current motion. What is currently exception? What is shown right now as exception 2 would not be accepted is the current motion. Poppy, go ahead.
No, I had another comment, so I'll just wait until we're done with this.
Okay, Kevin.
Just noting that all these exceptions or anything that complies with those exceptions has to comply with section C405.15.2. What's that about? What does that section require? And if every building in Washington essentially is below that threshold, you would have to comply with that section if under that IEC's provision, IECC provision.
Oh, 405.15.2 is actually, they had this on-site renewable in section C405. So that's a,
So it
I
should reference
figure out
C411.
what the reference should be.
Okay,
It should be C411 something.
I gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead.
But Kevin, along that same train of thought, the next section C411.1.1, if they did not, or if they qualified for an exception, they need to meet 18 additional efficiency package credits, or moving on to offsite renewable energy. So again, I think the state language is most comprehensive for exception one.
And that's the motion we have on the floor. So I don't see any more hands up. Let's vote on that motion. The motion is to accept just the Washington state language we had before and not include the IECC 2024 language for exception one. What will we see on the screen? All in favor, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed, say
Aye.
nay. No. Okay, I'm just getting the yays and nays mixed up here. Okay, so that passes. Are there other things about C411.1 that we should talk about? Brett? Brett, go for it.
Sorry to go backwards a half a step. With the ICC language up above, the phrasing changed from buildings or additions larger than 10,000 square feet to just buildings that shall be provided. So I don't know if that is in alignment with what we want to do, is to remove the word addition.
It's a good question.
I think that sounds like a motion.
Yes, so it would be basically to take the word buildings in C411.1 and replace it with each new building or addition larger than 10,000 square feet. Is that what I'm hearing?
More stringent.
There's the threshold is 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
I would make that motion to where the underlying language says buildings, to change it to say each new building or addition. Good catch.
Is that a motion, Dwayne?
Yes.
Okay. Lisa, or sorry, is there a second for the motion to replace the word buildings with each new building or addition?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. I stepped away for a few minutes, so maybe you already talked about this, but so are we accepting that 5,000 square feet is the new threshold, which is the IECC language, or are we setting it
We
back?
haven't talked about that yet, but the more stringent is what we're supposed to do, and that would be more stringent.
Yeah, so technically, we should hold on to that language.
Yep. Nobody's made a motion to do anything otherwise. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second on it to replace a little bit of language.
So I have another modification, and that is that the limitation to the 3 largest floors is a rollback.
Okay, well, I really don't want to do a whole lot of slicing and dicing right now.
This is not slicing and dicing. This is
okay.
This is seriously cutting. This is seriously undercutting the existing requirement, which applies to all the square footage in the building. Am I right?
Do you have a remedy at the other
yes, to strike that last
phrase not to exceed the combined gross condition floor area of the 3 largest floors.
So we already discussed this on the prior motion where some areas it does make it more stringent and sometimes it makes it less, and already voted on that. Shouldn't we address the motion at hand first before we move on to the second, if you want to rehash?
Well, Dwayne, as the maker of the motion, was adding to his motion at that point, which is why.
As a second, I would not, I'm not going to agree to changing it. I want to address the building and addition first, and then if he wants to make a second motion later.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were already past the buildings and additions part, sorry.
No, we hadn't voted on that yet. So does anybody have anything more to say on the building or addition?
I do quickly, which is just I glanced at section C502, which is for additions. And actually, I initially I think I was going to be against it, but now I think I'm in favor of this. So C502.1.2 specifically points you back and says you shall comply with C411. So I do think it's good to have C411 then make it clear that if you have an addition, you need to comply with it if you're over the square footage. So initially I thought I was going to disagree with this, and I'm just presenting the information I found to say I agree with adding the word addition here.
Thanks, Nathan. Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to use the words each new building or addition in C411.1, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes.
Woohoo.
So, okay, Dwayne, you wanted to do something else.
I want to strike the last phrase in that sentence, not to exceed the combined gross floor area of the 3 largest floors.
So at some point, obviously, one just simply could not provide that amount of renewable energy, but I think there are.
Right, then you have to use other workarounds
means
built in.
Yep. Okay, and I know that in the past we've addressed those as well. So I'm sure it's somewhere else in the code, but go ahead.
And I would further just note that I think that this three floor limitation would not be acceptable because for any building taller than 5 stories, it would be a rollback.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. We have a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I second. This is
Okay,
Poppy.
a second. Go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this should fall under the motion that was just made, or this could be an amendment to that motion. But section C505.1.2 also requires compliance with the renewable energy provision. And so that is for change in space conditioning and change in occupancy. And so I don't know if we should be including that in C411.1. If we're already saying new buildings and additions, then perhaps we should also be including change of space conditioning and change of occupancy.
No, we don't, because those chapter 5 sections reference this section in them.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so Larry, go ahead.
I got a clarification here. So you have a building and we put on a 4,500 foot addition. So is it only based off that 4,500 foot addition, or is it based off the building with the 4,500 to get to the 5,000? That's my question.
If you scroll down just a little bit, my understanding, it would be, scroll down to exception 5. My understanding is it would say buildings or addition with an area less than 5,000 square feet, meaning if your addition was less than 5,000 square feet, you would have an exception to this, is my understanding.
So as long as you got your building and your addition, and your addition's only 4,500 square feet, you're okay then.
That'd be my guess, but if you, I could imagine circumstances that would be slightly different than that, but that would be my general understanding.
Okay. Is that yours, Dwayne, too?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Don't forget the 3-year mark. So if you do addition 3 years after you've done a previous addition or a build, then it triggers this.
But if you go longer than 3 years, you're all right, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Margaret.
Oh, I was just going to comment that I think if you strike that language in the main sentence, as Dwayne is suggesting, I think your exception 4 is going to kind of cover any of those larger buildings anyway. They can document they don't have adequate roof area to install the required on-site solar.
That makes sense. Thanks, Margaret. Okay. The motion is to strike what is highlighted in gray up there, about the 3 floors. So all in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
I heard 1 no. My rule my personal rule is if I hear at least 2 no's, I'm going to call a roll call vote. So I heard 1 no that time. Okay, so that passes. We've stricken that from the integrated draft. Anything else about this C4 11.1 section? Okay, let's move on.
So I included for the energy accounting, also the IECC section. I couldn't tell which one would be more appropriate, so that's up to you guys.
Greg.
So on this, I need a clarification. What's our basis for, we have our target from the RCWs about 70% reduction. Last code cycle, we, and this is pertaining to that blue section, the C405, the offsite renewable energy. Last code cycle, I believe the majority said that we're going to use site energy. So what I'm wondering is, are we sticking with site energy, or are we doing source energy, or what? Because C405.15.2 offsite renewable energy is not site energy. So we've got to be consistent. We have to stick with site energy, which I say this as I think it's hugely valuable to have offsite renewable energy. I like provisions like that, generally speaking, but if we're going to be site energy, we can't include and it's not displayed on the screen, it's slightly down, it's right where the blue right there, that blue section. But if we're going to have a basis as site energy, we can't be consistent if we're going to include this.
But the site energy is the site energy use.
Yeah, so if you're talking about off-site renewable, that's not site energy, that's off-site.
No, that's offsetting on-site energy use.
That is not congruent with the at the meters where the measure's always been. So if your building's consuming the same amount of energy, it just buys energy from a different location, then that doesn't reduce energy efficiency.
So in the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, we do have a provision for offsite renewable energy that comes into play in some instances. So we already have some offsite energy, renewable energy, that is part of the 2021 code. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so my understanding is 2021 code, offsite renewable energy comes into effect as one of the additional efficiency options if they qualify for an exception. So the intent is on-site first. If the site can't do on-site and they qualify for an exception, then C411.1, additional efficiency measures come into effect. Looking at the new IECC language we're looking at right here, C405.15.2, this says essentially the same thing. If you qualify for one of the exceptions, except it says offsite shall, or they shall procure offsite. So instead of it being one of the additional efficiency measures, this says they shall procure offsite.
Okay, that
So,
does seem, yeah.
so I would say I think that piece is more stringent if the subject is offsite renewable energy.
Mhm.
And I guess my solution would be to insert that language in lieu of C411.1.1.
Okay. So C411.1.1 additional efficiency credits. You would say buildings which qualify for one of the exceptions in C411.1 to emit installation of on-site renewable energy must achieve additional 18 efficiency credits. And you're saying somewhere in there, it should say on-site renewable energy. Is that what the section you're talking about?
Yep, exactly. Well, I'm saying to strike the 18 efficiency package credits and instead use the blue language in section C405.15.2. If you qualify for an exception, you shall procure offsite renewable energy.
Okay, that's a motion. I also want to bring up that C411 is also, or offsite renewable energy is also triggered, can be triggered under C407, the performance path for the second metric under there. So there's another use for offsite renewable energy under the 2021 code. Okay, we have a motion, and the motion is, I just want to be clear, it's C411.1.1 in lieu. I think this is a pretty big lift change to make right now, but I guess let's see what we can make of it. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I read through the two different options here for the language. And this is a difficult thing, to say, oh, well, this language is better than this language. There's a lot going on to make sure that what is adopted is the most stringent combination. And so this feels like a working group would be needed.
Yeah.
Perhaps to go through this language and just, versus saying, well, we'll take IECC versus Washington State. That just seems like too broad brush.
Yeah.
But we have to have a starting point for people to file code change proposals too.
Fair enough. Well, would the starting point just be to maintain the Washington State language, and that a working group would incorporate the elements of the IECC language that are more stringent?
I think that's a very reasonable suggestion. If we feel like they are roughly equivalent in terms of energy performance, the IECC language versus the Washington State Energy Code language, then that would be the logical conclusion would be stick with what we know is congruous with the rest of the code and accept code change proposals for that. That seems like a reasonable thing. That's not the motion we have, but that seems like a reasonable thing to do. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to note when I brought up the thing about site energy to consider is there is a pending federal lawsuit, and that pending federal lawsuit on the existing code, I can tell you that shifting the basis of measure and however you justify it, that impacts the federal lawsuit. So I just thought I would throw that out there.
Thanks, Greg. Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Lisa's suggestion. I think that this requires a little bit more contemplation and wordsmithing to make sure that we are the most stringent all around. So I'm not sure how that affects the motion, or if we want to withdraw the motion or vote on it and have a new motion, but just wanted to confirm that I think that's a better direction.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so my motion was just that language, not to adopt the IECC means and methods for calculating offsite renewable energy. I understand a lot of work went into the 2021 local calculations table. So I wasn't, all the red language that just got pasted there, I was not proposing to add that. It's just the first paragraph.
Thanks,
And
Kevin.
also agreed with what everybody's saying about a work group. So
Yeah,
Okay.
because that first paragraph doesn't work without the rest of it, so.
okay, well then my motion was just to add shall procure renewable energy. Offset.
Instead of 18 package credits.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's I guess a clear motion. Kevin Duell.
Thank you. Is the order of precedence and motions, would a motion to move to committee supersede the standing motion? I can't remember. I'm sorry.
I guess a motion to table the motion on the table would take precedence, yeah.
But
Okay,
we're
so
trying to finish today.
Yep.
I understand, but shoot.
Well, I mean, I think the motion is clear. I think let's
Okay.
get it on the screen and vote on it, or the maker of the motion could withdraw the motion and submit a code change proposal. I think both are fine.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
So, I mean, I think we could probably just have this be a code change proposal and it would probably be fine.
Was there a second to this motion?
I was just wondering if I had asked for a second on it. I guess I was trying to clarify the motion first. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, which is to change C411.1.1 to exclude the option to have 18 additional efficiency package credits and require instead that offset renewable energy be procured. Is that correct, Kevin?
It is, but yeah, I'm good with a work group. I agree. It's a heavy lift and a complicated subject.
Okay, you could withdraw your motion, or we could vote on it.
Yeah, let's withdraw. Make sure we get it right.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Motion is withdrawn. We're going to, then we need to figure out what to do about the IECC 2024 language, and my recommendation would be to not accept it and accept a code change proposal later. But that's just my recommendation as chair. Kevin Duell.
So moved.
Okay. So the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion to not accept the IECC 2024 language about this offset renewable energy calculations and instead have somebody submit a code change proposal that might marry the best of that with what we have, make it all congruous. Okay. Does anybody want to lead or be part of that work group?
Yes, Dwayne.
Dwayne?
Yes, Kevin.
Okay. Sounds good.
Andy Burnham, I'd like to be included as well.
Okay, and who's going to lead it?
Andy.
Voluntold.
All right,
Okay.
happy to help.
Okay, Andy, you heard names. You can email those people. That is your prerogative. Okay.
I just want to make sure I didn't go back too far.
I would recommend adding Mike Kennedy to that group.
Noted, Lisa.
Okay. So yeah, I think that's where we are. So it's the language from the Washington State Energy Code 21. All in favor of the motion, which is to not accept the 2024 language for this section, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. Let's keep going. At this point, I'll accept a motion to extend the meeting until 2:30.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we're in business until 2:30. Okay, let's keep going. There's two big things in chapter 5. It's the 503 additions, or sorry, alterations. Lisa.
Yeah, this update's interesting. I mean, it has value for sure. When you're looking at C503.1, there are 2 exceptions that are being struck and some additional language. I actually think that some of that language should be retained. But if you go down through the successive sections underneath that, you can see why these changes were made. However, if you scroll down to C503.3, I think that's where it is. Yeah. So there's this language in there. I think it's where it is. Oh, I'm sorry. C503.3.1 for roof, and there's similar language for floors and walls, where it states that insulation complying with C402, and then it says, or an approved design that minimizes deviation from the insulation requirements. And that language is kind of folded throughout. And where the exception in this section actually says that if you expose a cavity, you have to fill the cavity, but you have to fill it with insulation that's at least R3 per inch. This gives a lot more flexibility for an alteration, so there's definitely value to it. However, it does feel like it could be a bit of a step back, and it also puts a really big burden on the jurisdictions, because now they have to decide what's minimizes deviation from the insulation requirements. I'm not making a motion or anything, but I'm just pointing out that this was my observation as I was going through this update. And it feels like some of this language is actually going to kind of pull us backwards, less stringent.
Some of the language, or just the specific language you pointed to here about?
Well, if we strike that exception 3, which is actually not a good place for that. You know, this is on section C503.1. If you strike exception 3, where it says that if you do expose the cavity, you have to fill it to full depth, which the IECC language does that, but it sets this minimum nominal value of R3 per inch. The IECC language does not require that. Mm-hmm. So that part feels like a rollback. Excuse me. And there is value in exception 4, where it says is that if you don't expose a cavity,
yeah,
you don't have to do this. I don't know why that would be struck. I think that's beneficial language.
Okay, so I guess I would love to have things talked about as motions. So if so, then you're saying keep exception 3, or are you saying strike exception 3? I mean,
well, I would say for sure keep exception 4. I don't see what harm that does. Keeping that, it doesn't conflict necessarily, although, you know, there's a lot of new language there.
Okay.
And perhaps in lieu of keeping exception R3, we could add the requirement that insulation, that it, that the cavities be filled to full depth with a minimum insulation of R3 per inch, that we put that in the new language somehow.
Might I suggest, Lisa, if you were to make a motion, what about keep as a suggestion, would be friendly. What if we kept 3 also, but instead of being R3 per inch is R4 per inch? And the reason for that is, what if it's a fire rated assembly, which usually involves stuffing of the rock wool? Rock wool is usually a R4 per inch. And what if it's you don't want to mess with trying to redo a fire. I mean, so that would be a good reason to have it as R4 with that, maintaining that exception.
Well, I mean, that would be a great code change proposal.
Yeah, that sounds like a code change proposal, because
Yeah.
we can only work with the numbers we have on the screen.
Right. And so I think my concern is that in the sections that cover roofs, walls and floors, it does not have this language that says insulated to full depth with insulation having a minimum nominal R value of R3 per inch. That language is not in those sections. So if we struck this exception, which frankly, this is not a great location for this anyway, and put it in the body of C503.3.1, and then the same was for floors and walls. If we put it in the right spot there, then we wouldn't be rolling back.
Can I respond? I can't think of any kind of insulation that's worse than R3 per inch. So I don't think we need to even say that. That's not important to have that minimum nominal value of R3 per inch. I don't know what good it would do. And I'm looking at the 50334, it says the cavity shall be filled. And so that already says that. So I think they were correct in striking that, because it's handled elsewhere below and it's just duplicative.
So you don't think that it
What
just
kind of
says
insulation is R2? What kind of insulation is R2 per inch? I mean, there isn't any, right?
Fair enough.
Hi, this is Rick Blumenthal. I need to clarify a couple of things.
Please.
So first of all, R value and fire retardants or proof are not equivalent. They don't relate to each other. One is for thermal resistance and the other one is completely different. The difference, as an example, between fiberglass insulation and rock wool insulation, the only difference between the two, not about R value, because that has to do with density. The only difference between the two is the melting point. Neither of them burn. So if you need a very high melting point, you would use rock wool, okay? But you can use fiberglass in its place in residential applications. I know that it's different in commercial applications for different situations within those, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands R value has nothing to do with fire retardants, okay? So you can't confuse the two.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, so we had half a motion. It was not fully made. So I think there's not a motion on the floor currently. Do we think overall that the IECC updates are more or less stringent than what we have in the code for overall? Lisa, do you have a sense of that?
Well, aside from the fact that it doesn't have a performance criteria, and perhaps, as Greg said, that's a code change proposal to set a performance criteria for that insulation that has filled the cavity. I mean, that could be a code change proposal. The only other question I have is that this language, and again, it's good flexibility language, but it does it does feel less stringent where the language if you could scroll back up to the roof language, Krista, so I can read it again. Whoops, sorry, C503.3.1 there, where it has this language, or an approved design that minimizes deviation from the insulation requirements.
Okay. Yep.
Do we want to accept that or not?
Could we make that
a motion, Lisa, to strike that sentence wherever it occurs?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to strike that language
A second.
in all 3 sections
Okay.
where it occurs.
That makes sense because the code official always, I guess, in some code
We
cases.
can, yeah, we can approve it anyway, so we don't need that.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion, a second to strike the specific sentence where it occurs in C503.
And
That's
do
the-
we need a motion to unstrike that exception 4 up in section?
We need one at a time.
We can do one at a time. I think we have a clear motion in front of us. Greg, do you have a comment on this one?
Sure.
No, I was just gonna mention, I agree with what Ruth Blumenthal had said. I mean, I was just referencing the next step over on the rock wall of if you had an exterior wall that's too close to an adjacent building, oftentimes that, yes, rock wall's not I mean, it's used in fire assemblies, but yeah, it's not a fire rate. So I agree. I was just clarifying that.
Yep. Okay. So we have a motion. It is to strike a specific line, which is or an approved design that minimizes deviation from the installation requirements, where it occurs in C503. All in favor say yes.
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 Any
Yeah.
opposed say no. Okay. Now, Lisa, if you want to make another one, we could talk about that exception 3, I think, or exception 4 up above.
If you scroll back to C503.1, then to Dwayne's point, we can leave 3 struck because basically we're saying we're not going to set a minimum performance standard. It's just the cavity needs to be filled. That is covered, but we will retain exception number 3 just because it provides clarity.
I don't think we need that, Lisa, because I was looking in the roof and wall sections down below, and it looks like the reason that's struck there is that it's covered in those sections below. So I mean, I'd be opposed to this. I think, I mean, without wanting to spend any more minutes on this than we have already spent, I think there's a reason it was struck, and it was covered in like item 2 under 503.3.1.
I guess if it's already covered, there'd be no big reason to keep it, and also no big reason to strike it out if it's already covered.
I'm looking for the language where it states that, but
Okay, go ahead,
I'm not
Kevin.
gonna die on this one sword, so if we want to leave it struck, we can.
Yeah, Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, just chiming in to mention about that R3 per inch performance criteria. Insulation is not a defined term. So while Dwayne, I think you're right that like any insulation product would achieve that. It's hard to think of one that wouldn't. This would allow, newspaper and beer bottles around to be put into those cavities. I bring that up only because those were specifically mentioned during an IECC code hearing round where this was discussed. So
I don't think it does, Kevin. I think that we have elsewhere in the code that you have to have some kind of approval, because yes, I do have people coming to me with ground up blue jeans and saying that's insulation, but they don't meet the requirements that we have elsewhere in the code for insulation. So that has not been a problem.
Okay, right now, is there a motion? So right now, construction where existing roof wall floor cavity is not exposed was struck out at the beginning of the day. Is there a motion to do something with that? We don't need a motion. It will remain struck out if we don't do anything.
I'll put more time into reading the language, and if I think we need to put it back in, I'll submit a code change proposal for that.
Okay, so this will remain struck out as it was when we began today. Okay, Any other comments on the sections we're looking at right now? Yep. Like that. Okay. C503 economizers, or no, okay, above wall, sorry. Yeah, we just went through walls. So this would then align with the BTU numbers that Lisa brought up earlier for exceptions, right? Maybe not.
No, that's
Good, I said that.
good catch. It's another place. Although, but this matches.
The numbers, yeah.
Yeah, so it lines up with it.
Okay, so Dwayne had thoughts on 503.4. Did anybody think that the IECC language was more stringent or vastly preferable? Okay, Dwayne, did you want to say anything about this or make a motion to not accept it?
Motion to not accept that chunk of language.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second for this, or do people want more time to?
Oh, just a clarification, we're striking this because
We have to,
it's less stringent?
we have to choose between this new language and the language that we already have in Washington State Code, which admittedly our Washington State language about was is kind of clunky, but it's we've developed over a period of time. I have a feeling it's backsliding, but I'll leave that to mechanical people on the call to confirm or deny.
To be totally clear, we already have this kind of thing covered in our Washington State Energy Code, and the question is, do we use a 2024 IECC language or the Washington State Energy Code language? And Dwayne's suggestion is that this is less stringent. The 2024 IECC language is less stringent. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody.
I'll second. Sorry. After that discussion.
Go ahead.
I was just seconding Dwayne's motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Kevin. All right. I realize this is the chunk of stuff, so I'd like to hear or wait a few seconds on it. Larry, go ahead. Larry, I don't hear you yet.
I think we're pretty well ingrained with what we have already. And this is definitely a lot less stringent than what we have. I don't know why we'd want to pick it. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. That's great to hear. Okay. All right, let's vote on this. So the motion is to not accept the 2024 IECC language that would replace Washington State Energy Code language. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. Okay, we will continue on. I think the next big one that I saw was, well, we'll keep scrolling through. Change in occupancy was the next big one that I saw, but there's obviously more in here.
You could see my comment there. Here's this exemption from commissioning for water heating systems, but I don't know what it's doing in that location. Does anybody want to defend keeping that commissioning language here for water heating systems?
Well, I guess just to ask a question, this is service water heating systems that are part of additions. So is there something unique about that that would mean we locate it here?
For additions, we just bump people back to the C408, right?
Yeah, that would make sense because it's new in additions.
I think this is less stringent.
Oh, sorry, C503 is alterations, not additions.
Yeah.
I think this exception is less stringent. Because commissioning does reduce energy consumption, or can.
Oh yeah.
And this is saying, well, you don't have to do it under these circumstances, and I don't think this exists in the current Washington code.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Where does Dwayne want to move it? Or does he just want to move it out the door?
Yeah, I was going to send it to you, Larry.
Okay. So what section do you want to move it in then, Dwayne, or do you just want to move it out the door then? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, I think this probably conflicts with our commissioning section. With the threshold that's there, and I don't think it added it. This was my impression, was that it didn't add anything, and it
Actually, there's in C408.1, exception number 2 talks about service water heating systems are exempt from the commissioning process in buildings where the largest service water heating system capacity is blah, blah, blah. And I think it's the same language.
All the more reason to strike.
So if anything, this would say, if we're going to have a commissioning section here, it would say, look at 408. You wouldn't reprint this here.
The thing I've got a problem is we got all this black printing in here. Did that come out of the C503.5? Did that all come out of ours that we have? I'm getting lost here.
The stuff in black is our current code.
Okay.
The stuff in red
is
are modifications based on the 2024 IECC.
I think you're right, Dwayne.
So motion to strike items, well, item 2.
Item 2, I see 3 also stricken. Was that part of your motion, Dwayne?
3 stricken?
Well,
2
I
and
see
3.
I think I just, yeah.
Numbering.
Yep. Okay, so the motion is to strike 2. Is there a second?
Second, this is Kevin Dewell.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on striking exception 2 in this section? Larry? Okay, All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. Let's move on. Getting close. Just so everybody knows, the yellow highlights are ones where staff is going to go back and update the section numbers based on where we end up. What is the green highlight?
Numbers consistency.
Yeah, I think one was the actual changes between something. I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, 20% versus 400 watts.
Oh, okay. So it used to be 20% and now it's okay, yeah. Nathan.
I motion to accept the 400 watts, although I can't vouch as to whether it is more or less stringent, but it's certainly easier to enforce.
Okay, so there's a motion to I want to get specifically what that motion is, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the highlighting was to indicate that in one place we use percentage and one place we use watts, and that's
Yeah. Yeah, it
not
looks like this.
consistent.
I guess. Okay, where it's green in the lower section, replace 20% with increased by more than 400 watts. Is that your motion?
You know, I actually don't know if I can speak intellectually enough to it. I withdraw my motion, but that's just my thought, is that it's
Yeah.
easier to use a wattage than a percentage.
These two sections are kind of sort of the same thing, I think.
One's exterior, one's interior.
Yeah, I was just noticing that. Yeah.
Oh.
C503.7.2 is exterior lighting and controls. C503.7.3 is alterations.
I would suggest to stick with the 20% rule. I mean, it's more applicable as you go, like small, and I mean, it's more equitable for small installations versus large installations.
Okay, I guess what I see on the screen are C503.7.1, which is about alterations, and C503.7.2, which is about exterior lighting, and then 503.7.3, which is about alterations again. So it seems like C503.7.1 and C503.7.3 may have similar scopes. Go ahead, Larry.
Placing now, like with mercury vapors, you'll never get to the 400 watts, would you really? I mean, you'd be putting LEDs up, right?
Yeah, I mean, 13 watts a fixture or 20 watts a fixture. It's going to take a lot to get to 400.
It'd take a lot to get to 400. I think, I don't know. Depends on, I mean, unless you're doing like a huge, like a parking lot for like a Coliseum or something, you know.
People are using LEDs for exterior lighting now. I mean, even utilities are putting up LED streetlights.
What's the wattage of a typical pole-mounted parking lot fixture? Is it 100 watts?
It depends on what type of, are you talking about what technologies? Metal halide, sodium,
LED.
LED?
LEDs.
I'd have to go look up the spec sheets. They're a lot less. They're like significantly less. I'm trying to, the way we do our lightings, just because commission rules, we still refer to the old wattage, even though the actual wattage is way less. But it's way less. So I mean, you're looking at, yeah, it's quite a bit.
I guess what I'm seeing here is that C503.7.1 and .2 are very similar to 503.7.3 in terms of what they cover and what they're talking about. I don't know if they're mutually exclusive, but we could certainly accept them all and then accept code change proposals to do something later.
I would move, if I may, to strike all of 7.1 and 7.2.
And leave what we have in 7.3.
Yeah, and unstrike 7.5.
Unstrike what?
The newly created rooms that's stricken at 503.7.5.
Okay, to basically use what we have in the code right now.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that the 400 watts might be a rollback, given what everybody has been already talking about.
Okay, so there's a motion to not accept the IECC language and instead use the Washington State Energy Code 2021 language.
Second that.
Okay,
And
we
I'm
have
assuming we unstrike the original 503.7.1. Is that correct, Dwayne?
I think so.
okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Dwayne, do you have any more?
Nope.
Larry?
I think what we should do is run some numbers here, guys. I mean, we're kind of taking a stab in the dark. I mean, I think we should run some prototypes, and I mean a coliseum, and then you got a parking lot, and I think you should start running some numbers to see, because we could burn ourselves here, okay? And I don't think we want to do that. I think we should move on and let a group model a couple of these and see where we're really at. I mean, because I could see where the 20% could exceed the 400 watts.
Yeah.
So I think we should do some modeling to see really where we should be.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep, I think that's what a code proposal will do. So I put that on my list of things that somebody might submit a code change proposal with. Kevin?
Yeah, very quickly, you could do 20% or 400 watts, whichever is less, that sort of approach.
Thank you. That sounds good.
Is that part of your motion, Dwayne?
Sure.
But wait a minute, didn't you just vote to motion to
No,
strike
yeah.
the language?
Like that, but you could modify our existing language.
Can we do that? Can we legally do that?
We can take language from IECC and the Washington State Energy Code and splice them to some extent, as long as it doesn't make it less stringent. And so if it said, yes, so Larry, yes, we can do that.
Well, that sounds like the most of best worlds.
Yep. So it would be replace 20%, alterations that replace 20% or more of luminaires in a space, comma, or increase by more than 400 watts or something. I don't know, something like that.
Whichever is less.
And then parenthetically, whichever is less. It's not great code language, but
And you'd want to do both of them, right? You're going to do both of them the same, or?
yeah.
Okay. Uniformity is a good thing.
And there's 3 times 20% is used, so There's another 20% right above that. That's not in green as well.
And two more below.
Okay. So we've created a
monster.
A monster. Yeah.
Well, actually, you really only need to address it for the interior lighting, exterior lighting, and parking garage lighting. So it only needs to be mentioned 3 times. That'll work.
There's a comma after last every time, I think. Okay, that's part of your motion, Dwayne?
Yeah.
And the second was who?
That was me, Greg Johnson. Bear with me, I was just pulling up the spec sheets to actually confirm what the wattage was, just so we had the info on hand. But I guess I'll agree to it.
Okay. Larry, you have your hand up? Okay. We have a motion, and I think we're ready to vote on it. So the motion is to keep some Washington State language, not accept the 2024 IECC language, and include the language of not increasing by more than 400 watts or 20%, whichever is less.
Right.
Okay, that's the motion. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. Great job getting it done quickly. I think we're probably going to talk a bit about change in occupancy in 505. So I don't see that we're, and then this one also is.
Motion to extend to 3 o'clock.
Okay, we have a motion to extend to 3 o'clock. Do we have a second?
Second.
2 seconds. Actually, we have 30 more minutes. Okay, all in favor of extending to 3 o'clock say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed say no.
This is
No.
Deepa. I'm gonna abstain because I have to leave at 2:30.
I heard an abstain and I heard one no.
No, Irina, I have to leave as well.
Okay,
Same with Todd. I'm out at 2:30.
okay.
Same with Conway.
Same with Greg, I'll abstain.
Are we gonna still have a quorum?
Well, we're gonna see. At 2:31, we're gonna see who's still here. I am going to I guess I'm gonna ask for a vote on the code as we have reviewed it so far, up through C5, the beginning through C503.8. And we can get the tag to approve what we've done from the beginning through C503.8. Then we may have more options if we don't have a quorum after 5:30. Does anyone move to do that?
Did you say 5:30 or?
The beginning through C503.8, all of the things we've discussed.
So I move to accept the decisions that we have made as a tag up through 503.8.
Second.
We have a second for that. Okay, is there discussion on this? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, that means if we don't have a quorum, we could possibly handle the rest of it at the Building Code Council meeting in which we approve this with some advice from the tag. So, okay, Larry, you have your hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Lisa.
I'd like to make a motion for section C505 when we get to it.
Okay, C503.9, does anybody have any comments on that?
Sorry, point of order. I don't know if the motion to extend till 3.
Oh, did we not vote on
Done.
that? Okay, all in favor of, did we not vote on that?
We
I
voted
didn't
on
hear
it.
the- I didn't vote
Except we had a
Tom.
lot of, I don't think we had any no's. We just had a lot of abstentions.
Oh, okay, sorry,
So
my
the-
bad.
The motion passed. And maybe I forgot to say that. Motion passed.
Yeah.
Clock. After that, we took a motion to accept or to send on the integrated draft through C503.8. And now we're considering C503.9 in front of us. Anybody have any comments on this? Okay, let's go to C505. Lisa, you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we accept part of the IACC language, and I'll outline which sections to keep and provide explanation on why we would do that. Because I think we can accomplish a bit of a blend to move forward today, and then, you know, a subsequent code change proposal could be developed to more thoroughly integrate it, but I think we can get a lot done today. So a couple of details about what they have here. We can't accept the two things under C505.3. The scope of this is limited to just group F, H, S, and U occupancies, where the Washington State Code includes any space that's converted to a group R dwelling unit from another occupancy, and then any group R dwelling unit converted to commercial. So we can't accept that language. That would be a rollback, of course. And then also this language from the IECC incorrectly uses the term change of use. A change of use only is applicable to the lighting requirements. And so we would have to strike that reference in any language that we do adopt. However, what I would recommend, and I agree with Dwayne Johnlin's comment here, that the energy use intensity language they have in here is quite interesting. And so what I would propose is that we capture the energy use intensity language for space heating, cooling, ventilation, lighting, and service water. We capture that and put that in our code, but not adopt the rest of the language, because it doesn't align with the current WCC. So that would be my motion.
Okay, I want to see Krista striking all that stuff and make sure you approve, or that's your motion.
Yeah, so Krista, just to kind of explain, if you go back to the, so we're not going to accept the what's in C503.3, 3.1, 3.2. We can pull in C505.x energy use intensities, but I would, you have to scroll back up, please. Yeah, so where it says energy use intensities, but strike building thermal envelope, because of building thermal envelope language in the Washington State Code is more stringent than this, and more thorough. So we wouldn't include that, but we could include the building mechanical system section. So C505.x2, C505.x.3, and then C505.x4. We could capture all of that language and put it under the appropriate sections in the Washington State language, which is below all of this. And that would be, bringing in this additional flexibility and perhaps more stringent language than the Washington State Code.
So where would you put it? What section?
Yeah, so what you'd have to do under each section. And so if you start with, scroll up.
We spare Krista the pain of doing this right now.
So here's the question. I'm happy to submit something for this. It could be a code change proposal. However, then the public doesn't have the benefit of having this in the integrated draft to submit code change proposals to.
I guess what I'm saying is, can we trust Krista to put these bits in the right spots
Oh, yeah, I can provide that
rather
link.
than,
That
rather
guide,
than doing it right
absolutely.
now?
Yeah, so what we could vote on today is that we're gonna accept the mechanical, the service, water, and the lighting. Those three sections there. We would bring those in to the Washington State Code and put them where they belong, right there.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so we have a motion.
So we would not strike those, we do not strike that language. We have to
Okay.
keep that. It's just that new language would go underneath it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that would be, we would do that. And then the only other correction would be that we would not, we would strike the IECC use of the change of use because it's incorrect. So that would be my motion to pull that in.
I'll second that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Dwayne. And okay, for all the people who might leave very soon, thank you so much if you don't make it through to the actual vote on this, which could be very soon.
Hey,
Thank
this
you.
is the last. This is the last item, I think.
It
This
is.
Yep. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. I will just want to make sure Krista's clear on.
Okay, so make sure, okay.
Where does the
Energy use
504.x
intensity, would that go after the prescriptive compliance, before prescriptive compliance?
Okay, I'm gonna look at the language myself too.
I think we could trust Krista to put it in the right section. I think it's just getting it approved by the tag that we include this language. So if the total volume of language is correct in blue up there,
yes,
I think we could vote on it.
It's not quite correct though, because there's still change of use.
but we can fix that really quickly. So so I mean, right here, Krista, since you've already moved that, under energy use intensities, just remove building thermal envelope because we don't want to adopt that. So in that sentence you're in right now, it would just be the space heating and all that.
And we can just presume that Krista has already removed the change of use references. Good catch.
That's true.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, that can be editorial. You know, they just it's just not used correctly in their language. And then now we're keeping all of the Washington State envelope language, which is great. And then under building mechanical, you pull in that energy use intensity language.
And I propose that we don't do this right now.
I know everybody wants to
I
go
really
home.
don't want to watch this. It's painful.
If the language is in blue is correct up above, it can be threaded in.
Now it makes sense now. It's a pattern. So
okay.
Hopefully
so,
everybody understands what I'm proposing.
yeah, it's pretty clear.
So
I think that there's going to be some. We've probably built in some conflicts here, but we'll have a working group and we'll come up with a code change proposal.
Yes.
Looks like Krista's rocking this anyway, so no worries.
Doing it anyway. Under electrical lighting, power and lighting.
Out there.
I'm gonna
Up
do
one
it.
section. You're super close.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Yes.
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 Sorry, it's getting late. Any opposed, say no. Okay, that passes. And I just wanted to look to see, and that is the end of the code, other than the references section, which I don't know that we need to. If it's wrong, it's editorial. Okay, so does someone want to make a motion to?
I move to adjourn.
No. Let's not do that.
Okay.
Let's pass
Sorry.
all of the code from C503.9 through the end.
So
moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. The motion is to accept all the language from C503.9 through the end. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
I hate to
Okay.
say, but do we still have a quorum?
It's assumed that we still have a quorum until someone asks the question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
we just passed it before you asked the question, but I mean, out of an abundance of caution, let's take a roll call vote on this last motion.
There you go.
Okay, so we have
Are
Margaret.
you there, Dustin?
This is Annette.
Oh, Annette, you're back.
I'm back. Yep, sorry.
Okay, so yes.
Okay, Kim Barker. No, she's not here, sorry. Todd Blevins.
Shoot, I'm sorry.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Eric was gone. Nick Massey.
Yes.
Sean Vig.
Yes.
Greg Johnson.
Yes.
Nathan Miller.
Yes.
Sabrina had to go. Kevin Duell.
Yes.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Larry Andrews.
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau.
Yes.
Irina Susarova. Did she have to leave also? Andy Burnham. Sloan Ritchie.
Yes.
Liz Reichert. Kevin Cherup.
Yes.
And Deepa. Did Deepa have to leave? Anyway, we have that's 12-0, so we do pass.
Awesome. Woohoo. Thank you, everybody. The motion passes. We have now sent this off to the Building Code Council, which will put it out for public comment. I am going to watch all of this wonderful testimony again and votes and come up with a long list of code proposals that people wanted to do. So thank you all so much. I know this is painful, but it's so important to Washingtonians. So have a wonderful Friday. We are adjourned.
Do we need a motion to adjourn or?
No.
No. Our business is concluded, therefore we are adjourned.
Woohoo.
Yay.
And thank you, Krista, who I think may be
Yeah.
sick and is doing an amazing job of keeping
Big,
us all.
big thank you, Shell, to you and Krista and the whole State Building Code staff. You guys did a great job.
Absolutely.
Yes, agreed.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.